Okie dokie. Hi, guys. Holy shit. Are you all ready? Because I don't feel ready. Okay, why is this so fucking loud in my ear? Alright. Okay, 1 second. Oh boy. Okay. Give me one more sec. Turn this down a little bit. Okay, test, 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 test. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, that's good. I think that's good. All right. Okay. Let's turn this down just a little bit. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Okay. All right. We ready? Let's do this. Oh, kidoki. So I don't know why, but all my stuff broke. It's been a long day. Classic. I honestly need a cigarette right now. I woke up in Austin this morning and I did a karaoke stream. I'm just turning all this stuff off because it's all broken. I did a karaoke stream and then had to leave before it even finished. Had to get my ass over to the airport. And I flew in and was very anxious to go pick Farley up because I know that he's a sweet boy. He's a good boy, but he also he's can be a lot to deal with, and Hassan has no patience. And so I was like, I just need to get there immediately. He's just very sensitive. Yeah. So I literally went from the airport. It took me so much traffic. Got to Hassan's, grabbed Farley, got back here around 5:30, turned my stream stuff on. Everything was fucked up. I don't know why. My alerts are broken. They're just gone. Everything was like weird. I have no idea what happened. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm not dealing with this at all. I can't try to do tech stuff right now because I also have a headache from traveling, which is just so annoying. I get these headaches when I fly. I don't get them all the time, but they are persistent when I do get them. But I really want to stream because I have to go to a wedding on Friday. I'm leaving at like 4 a.m. It's just the next couple of days are going to be kind of a clusterfuck. Anyway, there's a lot going on. And so I wanted to make sure that I went live and got to chat with you all. And anyway. Anywho, hope you guys are doing well. Hope you enjoyed karaoke. I've said this before. I'm not a big karaoke person. So when Nick asked me to move my flight to do this karaoke thing, because I was supposed to come back this morning, and Nick was like, "We're doing this karaoke competition. I need you to be a part of it." I was like, okay, all right. So sorry, let me just switch to some little background music here. So I changed my flight for that. It ended up being great. It was fun. Need Skyfall as sub goal. I do love that song. I'm actually surprised to learn that you're not into karaoke. I don't hate karaoke. I just see, I heard an alert, but nothing is popping up. Ghost, thank you so much for the 16 months. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Shit, there are things that are broken, and I just can't fix them right now. Um, did you take the Streamer Awards trophy? No, I did not. It's very heavy. Plus, I was rushing, leaving, and I don't even know where I put the thing. Melena popped off. Yeah. No, the reason I don't like karaoke is because normally when I go to karaoke with friends, everyone's always really drunk. So people are just, it's like 5 people screaming into a microphone, and it's always the same songs. And maybe it's my group of friends who love karaoke who just pick songs that I'm like, please, God, I wouldn't even want to listen to this song if it was somebody who was good singing it. So it's kind of burnt me out on karaoke. I also don't like to be that person who's like, yeah, who wants to do karaoke? And then I get up there, and obviously I have trained as a singer before. I am a musical theater person, choir person. So I also am like, it's annoying. It's annoying when you know what I mean? I think karaoke is something for people who don't normally sing or have not professionally sang before. I think that's always a fun activity for people who otherwise wouldn't get an opportunity to sing. I know Caroline is smurfing. I still don't know what that word means, and I wasn't even trying to. I didn't know why Nick wanted me to be a part of it, but I moved my flight because he asked me to. Anyway, the offer needs to come from someone else. Yeah, and especially with Twitch chat. And I gotta be honest. This time around in Austin, I don't know. I was just thinking about how different things were a year ago when I first started going to Austin and doing collabs, and just like how much more animosity there is to me now in various chats that, or just in various Austin streamer communities. I know it's not everyone, and I know your eyes are drawn to seeing chat. And unfortunately, when I do streams with Nick Milena, the chat is right there. So you can't not see chat. Otherwise, because it's not like I would go back to the VOD and read chat. But just because of everything that's happened over the last year, and the last time I was in Austin and the stream I did with Nick and Milena, where they asked me to talk about Israel and Palestine, and, well, those of you who were around know the fallout from that. So you have more haters because of LSF. Yeah, and so it's just doing things like karaoke, and I'm like, I don't want to have to see chat and people hating on me for singing. So I was a little bit grumpy in the beginning because I was just kind of tired. I was tired. I'm like, I don't want to fucking deal with hating ass Twitch chatters right now. I don't. And they will find ways to hate on me for doing something like karaoke. I think we were spoiled here having an amazing community. Well, one of the things is I have really worked to cultivate this community. If I were a streamer who had, even 5,000 and up, you get into 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 viewers, you don't have as much control over chat, and especially with Austin streamers where we don't do the type of content that I do. So there's a lot of people in there in the Twitch chats who hate people like me. They do not like to hear anything that I have to say. So there's a lot of really great people as well, and I know there's crossovers with people who have come over here because they do like what I have to say. But sometimes I'm like, it's too much. Some of the chatters saying Ella, I'm banned from her chat. Yeah, probably because they said something extremely hateful. Yeah, you're gonna be banned from my chat if you're being hateful, if you're being racist. Day one has been great, cultivated all the way through. It's once every other month. One guy pipes up, but I don't see other communities' opinions. And to be clear, congrats on winning today. Thank you. Thank you so much. To be clear, when I say that, when I say I've cultivated this community, it's not me saying every single person in here has to be the exact same. But what it is that the content that I do, the things that we talk about in here, draws certain type of people. And so now that I've been streaming long enough and I've done plenty of collabs with Austin streamers who have huge communities, it's exposed me to people who would not like, would not like this kind of content, don't want this kind of content. And because it's one thing if I do a collab with someone and then come back to my own stream, and then sometimes people come over and be like, oh, wait, this isn't for me. I really liked her on collabs, but not my type of content. That's totally fine. What changed it is me having Austin streamers on my stream where we're talking about these things. So then their community members come because they want to see their streamers, and then I don't know what happens, but they just get... The people who are not down for this shit get really, really angry. Thresh Prince, thank you for the 19 months. Halfway okay, thank you. Thank you for the raid. In regards to smurfing, it's used in gaming to describe a player in an online game that creates a new account to play against lower ranked players. However, it can be used all around term for describing a player who uses an alt. Okay, I gotcha. I see. Milena, real one for going with you. Yeah. She kept saying to me, I didn't even do anything. She's like, I didn't, I thanked her for all her help and for coming with me. And she insisted she didn't do anything. I'm like, do you understand, though, what a huge deal it is for you, who's a huge part of the Austin community, to be at something like this? This is a big deal. It was intense. It was not just a protest. It was one where there was heavy police presence, and it was it was a lot. It was a lot to be at for someone like me, let alone for someone like Milena, who's not used to doing stuff like that, but also just to see people, or for people to see her there. It was huge. How are your eyes after fighting with the contacts? They were really red last night, but they're okay today. It was harder to take the contacts out than I thought it would be. It wasn't as hard as it was to put them in. Are you going to watch the raid at UCLA that might happen soon? Yes. I think Brett has it up on his stream. Or I think Cinemarxism, Brett, is there live streaming it. If stuff starts happening, will you guys let me know? I'll pull his stream up. Right now... Actually, I'll just pull it up right now while I chat with you all. Boom. I like how we're all kind of having all leftist streamers are operating with an unofficial news network right now, where anyone who's on the ground live streaming from these protests, and that's being then watched by other streamers who are live but on their desktops, who are then showing the, on the ground coverage to their communities and providing additional commentary. When you mentioned the Kanye thing and a lot of, that, yes. Oh yeah. There's some things with certain streamers' communities where I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to get into it. So I don't know if I told you guys this yesterday when I streamed, but Nick, you have a really nice voice. Thank you so much. When I got to Nick and Milena's, when was that? I have no sense of time. Sunday night. Sunday night is when I got to Nick and Milena's, and I was just chatting with them. I got in pretty late. And he goes, hey, do you want to run it back? I said, what do you mean? He's like, do you want to run back another political stream? Like, he was really excited to do that. I said, Nick, to be honest, No, I don't want to do that this time around. I had also been thinking though that maybe I was going to go to UT Austin's campus if I could do that. But I'm like, as far as another stream where I sit there and try to explain the history of a conflict to you guys for 4 hours, I'm not doing that again. And he was like, once I explained to him why, he said, I understand. But it was one of those things too where on the stream the next morning, we were it like I just if I'm on their stream, I don't want to get into things because I know what the vibes are on their stream. I don't want to get into things, but there were a couple things that I was like, I'm putting my foot down on this, and the Kanye West thing was one. Why? Because in all honesty, I don't have time to deal with the insane harassment that I got last time. It takes such a toll on my on just like my mental and having to try and stay focused. Holy shit, that wow, what the heck, that worked. Obscure leftist, thank you for the dono. Thank you for the 20. Let me hold on. Fuck. What did your message say? This is... Will you put your message in chat so I can read it? Because my alerts are so fucked up. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you. She can't do it all. There's so many other resources for people to learn from. Thank you. Yes. It's not that I don't continue to educate on my own and talk about these things, but as far as the as far as the strength and the time that it takes for me to do something like I did with them in October, I didn't have it in me for the 2 days that I was going to be there. And I was thinking to myself, I would rather try an IRL at Austin's campus because I'm here. And to be fair, this is not at all a diss on Nick Molina. I can't believe that they actually want to talk about those things. And the fact that, again, Molina came with me to the protest because I know how those are not things that they do in their content. So the fact that Nick wanted to do it again because he thought it was great. So instead, I just had conversations with them off stream. And like, just answered questions and helped him out with stuff. But plus, if his mods aren't used to that conversation, might not know to ban when someone is obviously bad faith or using terms or talking points that show they're arguing just to argue. Yeah, and I also don't expect streamers to moderate their chats in the same way that we would moderate our chat in here. And so I don't want the stream to turn into something awful because chat is such a clusterfuck. Caroline, do not burn yourself out, please. These people can go educate themselves as you have educated us nonstop since October. Yeah, I know. Here, I'll show you guys. I have Cinemarxism's stream pulled up right now. So far, pretty chill. I'll just keep this up while I chat with you guys. Shout out to Cinemarxism, who's also been doing a lot of amazing work on the ground. Don't let the haters get to you. They're pathetic gremlins for whom this conflict is just an opportunity to make gotcha points and clip chimp. They're worthless. Thank you for what you've done. Solidarity with Palestine. Yeah, thank you. Look, it's always something where I just remind myself over and over and over again what is important, what matters, what doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it's still it doesn't mean that it's still not a load on me when when I have to deal with all this stuff, but I think I'm just learning when something is worth it and when it is not. When you said Kanye's a Nazi, so many chatters spamming like he said it himself. I know. It doesn't matter though. I'm like, and that's the crazy thing too, is that's me calling out somebody, laying it down that this celebrity is anti-Semitic and has said anti-Semitic things and has identified as a Nazi. And yet I am still the one who gets called an anti-Semite. And I'm sure some of the same people in chat who would question mark me on Kanye West would call me an anti-Semite for being against the actions of Israel and supporting the Palestinian cause. Big Jordan, thank you for the prime. Cupcakes, thank you for the gifted. Also, Nick told me, he was like, in my chat, you can say anything. So maybe I say I like waffles, right? Waffles versus pancakes. He said 50% of you will be like, yeah, base, woohoo. And then the other, or 50% of the chat will be thumbs up. And then the other 50% will be against you. It's like, geez, doesn't matter what you say on any given topic. So what about pancakes? Anyway, it was a good trip down to Austin. I am a little frazzled just because I don't know. I keep doing this. I keep doing this where I have back-to-back travel and then just with everything that's going on in the news, and I don't want to miss out on covering this stuff. But holy moly, I need to take a breath. This was the meme. The pan. Yes. This might be one of my most referenced things ever because it really does. It really does perfectly summarize how online conversation goes. Yeah, you can say I like pancakes and so we'll say so you hate waffles. No, bitch, that's a whole new sentence. What the fuck is you talking about? Today was so fun, Miss Karaoke Champ. Today made me like karaoke a little bit more. I actually had fun watching everyone and being a part of it. So I'm less of an anti-karaokeer. Have you considered reading this book? Fuck. What's the power saying no science charge? I'm just going to Google it. Is this like a self-help book? The Power of Saying No. It's a self-help book. The Power of Saying No. I don't know what that is. No, I'm saying no to the power of saying no. Look, I'm doing it already. Great job doing your IRL streams on the ground. Thank you, Gremlo. It was very impromptu, just like the protest at UT Austin was. So the whole vibe of that day was, wow, we're doing this. This is happening. Oh my God, look at what's going on. Nick once said 50% of chat is from 5% of viewers. Could a stat like that help you realize it's such a small group that's hating? Yeah, that helps. You're right. And look, as if any of you guys stream or if you ever get into streaming or doing anything on the internet, you can tell yourself that, and you can tell yourself a lot of things, and those things are true, but your eyes are drawn to seeing bad things, bad comments. Haters are very loud. And so it throws you off when the chat is right there. I try not to read the chat because it will throw me off. But yeah, it's always good to keep in perspective that if there's 20,000 people watching, it doesn't mean that there's 20,000 people chatting. And it's a small percentage of people who chat. And within that small percentage of people who chat, it's not every chatter. Spudding, thank you for the 8 months. Tell me you're seeing Challengers soon. All I want to do tomorrow is just watch movies. I wish. I wish. I really want to go see Challengers. Biologically, we're driven to pay more attention to danger, hate. Right. And so what I'm trying to do is introduce healthy online tactics. So not going on LSF. I haven't been on there in a month. Not even a like, I'm just going to quickly check things out. Nope. I'm not going on Reddit. Not scrolling down in comments. If I see I have a tweet that's blowing up, or I don't know if I'm tagged in something that's bad, I just not going to look at any of it. With Twitch chat, just being like, okay, sure, there's some psychos in here, but let's just focus on let's focus on what you can control and what you can't control. And the reality is the only way that people like that would not hate on me is if I stopped existing. Is if I did exist, I didn't say anything. I just was silent. The silent majority. Chef Davis, thank you for the 3 months. Would it be cool to signal boost a couple of local Utah causes supporting Palestine? Yeah, of course. You're playing backyard baseball? Oh, good luck. Good luck. You also have certain communities that once they've found you, they obsess. Yes. Yeah. Why you so obsessed with me? Everybody knows. What else can I say? Oh my God. You guys will get a kick out of this. So Farley, let me explain Farley, okay? To those of you who don't know, Farley is a very sweet boy. He's my heart and soul. Truly, my heart and soul. When I'm not with him, I feel like a piece of me is missing. When we got Farley, it was 4 months before this little thing called the coronavirus pandemic happened. So Farley he was a very, very sweet puppy, and we were starting to socialize him. And it's really important when dogs are young to socialize them before they get too old. And so we had just started to do that. And then the pandemic happened. And so he initially was at Will's house, Will's apartment. And then when I lost my job, Farley came to my apartment. So that's now 2 different places that he's lived in, on top of the place that we got him from, the woman from Craigslist who we got Farley from. So that's now 3 different living situations that he's had to adjust to. And then after I lost my job, I could no longer afford my rent. So then I had to go back to Chicago, and I lived with my parents. And also I was just I was like, well, what am I doing? I don't have a job. So that's another one. Okay. All before he was like 6 months old. And then from there, I got a job after 4 months of being at home, and I moved back to LA, and I lived in my dead grandmother's house. So that's now a new location. And I was very mentally anguished for a lot of this time, so I don't know if that rubbed off on Farley. Probably the biggest thing that has led to what I think are his anxiety issues and attachment issues are the changes in the location, the fact that I was home constantly, so he got accustomed to that. So we were living in my dead grandmother's house, and then Will and I decided to move in together. And so that was then another location. So yeah, Farley has lived the life of an army brat, and it has led to it has led to difficulty with his separation anxiety. And even though I did so much training, it was kind of too late. It was set in stone. KK Cool Meka is a University of Utah leftist orc whose encampment was swept last night. They've been organizing with PSL outside the county jail since demanding that a student leader be released without charges. They're looking for people to call the jail. If you're in Utah, go to the U. Please join their Discord. Y'all got the information right there if you are a Utahian. The only being ever to break through Hassan's mic, noise gate. Yeah, and my long-term community members, you know, or if you know you're a Will watcher too, you know that Farley is a borker. He's also a tiny dog, and tiny dogs are just like that. They're scared of everything. They have stuff to prove. I don't know. So anyway, that's just a little explainer on Farley. He's skittish. He's scared of his own shadow. I'm not even kidding you. He's scared of his own shadow. I see him scare himself all the time. Sometimes if he turns around too fast and his tail whips around, he scares himself. Yeah. It's cute, but it's sad. He's very, very skittish. So Hassan, oh my God. Hassan, who already doesn't have patience, okay? Very, very low on patience. But I, of course, appreciate him watching Farley. And Hassan has Kaya, and Kaya's the easiest going dog ever. She's so easygoing. She's very well trained. So next to Farley, yeah, Farley's gonna seem like a menace. But anyway, Hassan texted Will and I last night and goes, I could have, she didn't ask. Nandre, it's because I felt so bad. I might need you to watch Farley this weekend, but I feel awful because Will's assistant has been out of town, and I hate having you have that responsibility so much. It's something where I feel really badly about it. And so we were trying to find another option because I'm also going to a wedding this weekend that Will's supposed to come with me. I don't know if he's coming, so I don't know if he's then going to come back to LA. Caroline just asked me, I'll do it whenever. Okay, I know. I feel you're the best for doing it. You're the best. Just will you please let me know if it's something that you can't do. Hopefully, you know, Naisu will be in town more, so I don't have to rely on you all the time. Peachy Peach, what do you back from Austin? Yeah, it was quick. It was literally 2 days. I left after the karaoke stream today. Yeah, Peach and I didn't have time to link up. It was a really, really fast trip. Anyway, Nandre uses Farley for use. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. If you're a pet owner though, you know what I'm feeling. You know that feeling of like, oh my God. Because the other thing is, could I board Farley? Sure, but I've just finished explaining how mentally anguished Farley is, and the idea of boarding him is just, I'm like, I can't do that. Anywho, so Hassan texts us last night and goes, hey, does Farley sleep in the bed with you guys? And I said, yeah, he does. And Hassan goes, okay, because he's very adamant about sleeping in bed with me, and we don't allow that in my house. And I was like, oh my God, okay. And Will just sends back, ha 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 ha. And I'm trying to come up with, I would have cried. I almost cried. I'm just always stressed. I'm always stressed when it comes to the greatest love of my life, which is Farley. Farley is the greatest love of my life, but it causes me a lot of stress just trying to like try to always deal with him. So and Hassan goes, he's being cute as hell, and he keeps trying to jump up on the bed. Doesn't he let Kaya sleep on his bed? I guess not. When he said, we don't let dogs sleep in the bed in this house. And apparently Hassan found... Hold on, guys. Hold on before the Hassan is evil. Apparently Hassan couldn't find Farley, and then he found him outside of his dad's room. His dad was sleeping, and Farley became very attached, and vice versa with Hassan's dad, because Hassan's dad was like, you know, cuddling with him, spending time with him. So Farley became very attached to Hassan's dad, but because of the, you know, dogs don't sleep on the bed policy, Hassan's dad went to bed, and Farley followed him and was sleeping outside the door. So then I think Hassan was like, okay, Farley, come here. Farley goes to Hassan's room with him, kept trying to jump up on bed. Hassan, like, isn't used to dogs being in the bed, texts us, and I'm like, okay, maybe as far as the bed thing goes, make him a little bed on the floor, see if he'll sleep there. And Will goes, Hassan, just sleep on the floor. He'll sleep there with you. Easy fix. Or maybe if you whip him up a steak, he'll agree not to sleep in bed. The way that Will reacts to things versus the way I react to things, where I'm trying to come up with one where I'm like, okay, I don't want to make Hassan, you know, uncomfortable. He's watching Farley. If this is like a no rule, and this could potentially have a bad effect on Kaya, who sees that, I got to come up with options. And Will's over here like, just sleep on the floor, Hassan, or whip him up a steak. Secret Bummers, thank you for the 4 months. Anyway, Hassan was like, I took him for a walk. He really loved it. I said, yes, he loves to be outside. He loves walks. I promise he's not a ball of anxiety all the time. When he's outside, he's just a totally different dog, even when he's staying with someone else. When he's inside, for some reason, I think it's just the new surroundings that freak him out. But Hassan goes, so after I said, you can maybe try to make a little makeshift bed on the floor and indicate to Farley that that's where he should sleep. Hassan goes, of course he has a bed, and it's a big ass bed. And he meant his bed. And so, and he goes, you thought that I would let the prince sleep on the floor? And then I was like, oh, because I did. I did for a second. I was like, I mean, I know how you are with your rules. It's hard for you to break, you know, your the Hasanabi way of life. But I also should have known that that Hassan never would have done that to his nephew. Okay, I'll delete my hate tweet. See, that's what I meant. That's why I was like, hold on. This story has a good ending. Because I think he genuinely was like, why is Farley trying to get in bed with me? Dogs don't sleep in beds. Because Fish never slept in his bed. And then Kaya did. I'm like, yeah, because you have dogs that are 100 pounds. You have huge fucking dogs. I mean, even if I had a dog that was 100 pounds, he would sleep in bed with me. But Farley is 14 pounds. He's a tiny baby. Kaya's now like, what the hell? What the fuck? So my stress was alleviated, and Will just kept laughing and was like, I'm laughing my ass off envisioning him repeatedly trying to jump up on bed. Meanwhile, I'm over here just like, oh God. And Hassan said Farley was cute as hell. He goes, Farley's cute as hell. He definitely has autism. I was like, are you self-diagnosing my dog? Just my dog with autism? With dogtism? I mean, he might. Is that a thing? Is dogtism a thing? My dog is big and emits heat, and she makes me so much more uncomfortable at night, but do I make her leave? Nah, I know. I feel the same way. Still sending hate tweet for not supplying Farley with enough cuddles. Fair. Dog's gonna have developmental disabilities, so yes. Yeah, I guess that was pretty dumb on my part. Maybe because Farley pipes up on streams like chatters. Oh my god, there were like the few times that I would tune into Hassan's stream yesterday and then today to see if Farley, if I could see Farley in the background, I would hear him bark and Hassan would be like, Farley! Which is also what I do, to be fair. He was like, Farley! I'm like, oh God! I have to get Farley out of there! Farley! Like, he just needs some attention. He wants attention from you, Hassan. He's just like your chatters. He literally is just like Hasanabi chatters. All they want is attention from Hassan. He just wanted a scratchies or maybe TT. Farley had the wildest things to say about the protests. He better be on the right side there because he knows who his mama is. Jorbo, for you, thank you for the 5 months. This is my favorite Farley emote. Mother. So yeah, when I picked Farley up, because here's what I think happens, you guys. Here's what I think happens. I think when Farley has to stay with someone, he thinks that that's his home forever. He thinks that he's now little orphan Annie. Mom and dad have dropped him off on the fire station stoop, never coming back. This is his new home, and it terrifies him. It mentally fucks him up. Gontram, thank you for the tier 1. He's worried he's being left behind, right? And so he just has a really hard time settling in. Like I said, when you take him for a walk, he's good. Loves being outside no matter who it is. Luckily, Hassan's dad really bonded with him, though, so they were very cute together. But what happened was, and then, and this is the thing, too. I'll pick Farley up, okay? He looks at me like this. I walk into Hassan's house. Farley barks, of course, classic. I'm like, Farley, it's mommy. He comes and sees me. He looks at me. It's like, let me go full screen so I can show you guys. It's like, you're alive? You came back? He does. He looks at me like he can't, like I'm a ghost. Like this. I'm like, yeah, I've been gone for 2 days. I've been gone for 2 days. And then when I took him back to, the other reason why I was stressed out trying to go live, aside from the fact that I was hot and sweaty and tired from traveling, all my shit broke, just trying to fix my alerts, couldn't get it fixed. Farley hit his bell to go outside. I was doing stuff inside. I noticed that he was gone. 2 days for a dog is 2 years. True. I noticed he was missing in action. I'm like, what the heck? Where's Farley? I go outside. And we have this area of our little backyard here. Don't judge me because it's got hella weeds. But I'm like, where the fuck is Farley? And let me show you guys where he was. You're gonna die. He was just like in these weeds. Hiding. I don't know why. I think I took a video of it. sobbing. He was touching grass, and he wouldn't come out. He heard Hassan say touch grass. See, he is a Hassan chatter. Anyway, he just wouldn't come out of the grass, and I had to pick him up, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's up with my boy, but he's my boy. He's my son. My girlfriend said Golden Girls is edgier than Seinfeld, and Jerry Seinfeld is just a weirdo about comedy. Thank you for that reminder. So today, also your girlfriend is correct. Your girlfriend is very based, very correct about that. Today, things that I want to talk about. Obviously, right now, we are looking at what's happening on UCLA's campus, which so far things seem to be okay. I'll make this a little bit smaller. So this is Cinemarxism stream. Please go give him a follow. His real name is Brett. He is the person who helped me with the WGA IRL strikes. So Brett is a documentarian and is always on the front lines of protests, and was a great cameraman for me when I went and did the IRL protest solo, and then also he IRL'd when Hassan and I did the WGA protest. So we're taking a look at this. I'm probably going to I'm gonna have his stream pulled up, but we'll be going through looking at other news things, because I know a lot of you in here have probably been tuned in all day and yesterday as well, and are aware of what's going on or what happened last night on Columbia's campus and also UCLA, when Zionist agitators violently attacked the group of students in the encampment. But not everyone has seen that news, so I want to make sure we take a look at that. And then I also want to take a look at the Amy Schumer Variety article. I want to take a look at Jerry Seinfeld's comments, and then I have a couple other things, but I'm gonna just keep an eye on. I'm going to keep an eye on this stuff, because this is just, huge what's going on campuses. Love how mainstream media didn't report on that. Yeah, we'll be covering that. The UAW is there too. That's awesome. Yeah, there is a lot of union solidarity happening. I think I saw something about which union was filing. Oh my God, sorry. I've looked at so much news in between yesterday and today. Oh, that's Jeremy. He's a really great photographer. He photographed the WGA strikes. Okay, let's see. Is somebody speaking? Let's see. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. Also found out Jennifer Lawrence defended Amy Schumer. Yeah, they're friends. Apparently they're doing a movie together too, so... Sean Fain's statement. Yeah, I liked this. The UAW will never support the mass arrest or intimidation of those exercising their right to protest, strike, or speak out against injustice. So let me just give a little bit of, let me just commentate a little bit for people who have not necessarily been tuned in 24/7 to what's happening. So across the country, there are protests happening on school campuses. This kicked off a week and a half ago with Columbia, which is at the, really at the center of the center of the history of student protests because of what happened in 1968, because of what happened in 1968 with the anti-war and the civil rights protests, and then in 1985 with the South Africa apartheid protests, and now with the protests against Israel's genocide. And so I think it was a week and a half ago, Columbia kicked things off by having an encampment, setting up an encampment where the students were demanding for Columbia to divest funding from businesses with ties to Israel and therefore funding the genocide that's currently happening. And what has been a common occurrence on these campuses is an escalation due to heavy police presence, due to a militarized response. So some of you might be like, well, hold on a second. You can't just occupy a hall, or, if you're breaking the law, then you're going to get arrested. But you have to look at how swiftly violent this response was to these student protesters, and look at how, sorry, I'm going to turn the music down. I didn't realize that was still on. And look at how it was an unjustified response, given that the protesters had not been protesting violently or had not been breaking any laws at the time that police initially moved in and started arresting protesters and escalating the situations on campus. So what happened, we're looking at UCLA, and I was there last week. They had a peaceful encampment set on the lawn. It was not disrupting classes. I think the most inconvenient thing was that it took an extra couple minutes to walk around versus being able to cut through, but that was it. And counter protesters started showing up that first day, and it has escalated to the point where last night what I would call lynch mob of Zionist thugs. Is that Frogan? Oh my gosh, Queen Slay. Attacked the protesters. Let me find some video footage.
Yeah, it's a big campus, and I'm moving around a lot. So.
Let's take a look at. Here's a thread. Okay. Here at UCLA, pro-Israel protesters also thank God for the student journalists and for the people who are on the ground here who are videoing and getting evidence of this, because it's not being reported by mainstream media accurately. If you were to look at the headlines in the LA Times and the New York Times about the situation last night, the violent situation last night, you would think that either the Palestinian protesters started the violence or that everyone just started fighting at once, versus it being the reality being that Zionists who showed up there came in using fireworks, using mace, beating protesters, taking the encampment apart. And we'll look at some videos of what happened last night. So this was an air raid siren that you can hear. One pro-Israel protester shouted, "Where's your master?" to someone in the encampment. They're blaring the Israeli national anthem. And you want to talk about disruptment? This is incredibly disrupting. This was just the beginning, too. Blaring the national anthem, using air raid sirens. This is nighttime. Okay. Just like there's the air siren. They have this noise. I'm sorry. I know that noise is awful, horrible. Barricades getting torn up. So you can see these are the Zionists who showed up here and started ripping down the barricades. XL Macro, thank you for the tier 1. Who has a baby there? Who has a baby? It's on the Jumbotron? They're just playing the sound? What the fuck? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. The last beta, thank you for the 2 months. Here's examples of fireworks. Throwing them into the encampment. Barricades rebuilt, still a large crowd of protesters here throwing shit. Let me find this one video that I have. Oh, here it is. Okay. Look, you can see here, there's a metal pipe in this guy's hand.
No place in this world. Fuck you. Fuck you. Why are you out here by yourself?
Jesus Christ.
Hey, stop.
Also, a lot of these Zionists don't look like students. These look like full-ass adults.
Stop.
Ding dong, check ill will 196. Hey Caroline, this is Will the Street Medic. Oh, what's up? Thank you for talking with me and for coming out, supporting us, sending love to you and other Will. Be safe out there. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your assistance when we went to UT's campus. It was really nice to meet you. Hassan theorizes they're largely members of the Beverly Hills Persian community. This is so like, again, the narrative in mainstream media is that they're trying to push anything that they can. Okay, they're saying anything from these students, they're bored, they're spoiled. As students, as far as the Palestinian protesters, they are just caught up in something that they don't know anything about. They're young. They're not having enough sex. They're whatever the reason is. And now they're pushing the trope that the Palestinian protesters are outside agitators. So that way it devalues the point of the protest. And this is something that they have been doing since the civil rights era. Whenever there's a protest against oppression, whenever there's a protest against the powers that be, the other side, in order to devalue and move the spotlight away from the point of the protest, they will claim that outside agitators who are looking to agitate are at the heart of these protests. So I retweeted, no, I am not upgrading to premium. Like, here's David Axelrod. Oh, the axe. God love the axe. It will be interesting to learn how many of those arrested in Hamilton Hall at Columbia are actually students. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. David Axelrod used to work for Barack Obama, is feeding into the trope that the students who took over Hamilton Hall, renaming it Hind Hall after the 6-year-old Palestinian girl who was executed by the state of Israel, he is insinuating that they're not students, but they're actually outside agitators who are looking to agitate. There's Lolo. Any update on this, you fucking bozo? Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. Evidence of them being Iranian Zionists. Many of the counter protesters in this video are Persian. They explicitly use sexist Persian profanities in this video. There's a large Persian monarchist presence in this neighborhood, so entirely unsurprising.
I'm a reporter. Have you been to Gaza? Send them there. Send them there.
What language do you speak? Where are you from? Where's your ancestors from?
I'm a reporter.
Why are you even here? Just another dummy, right? Another stupid guy. No fucking brain, right? Just an idiot.
Hello, guys. This is one
Wait
of
a
the
sec.
terrorists.
Wait.
Just another dummy, right? Another
That guy looks really familiar.
stupid guy. No fucking brain, right? Just an idiot.
Hello, guys. This is one of the terrorists. Look at this
That guy
cute-
looked really familiar.
Why are you here?
Get out of here! Get out of here! This is a terrorist! This is a terrorist!
Why are you here? Why are you here? Answer my question. Why are you here? Why are you here?
I'm a reporter.
I don't care if you're recording. I'm also recording.
Why don't you go to Gaza? Why don't you go to Gaza?
Why are you here? Why are you
They would
here?
love you there.
Don't you love how their the points that they make include, hey, why don't you go to Gaza? Oh, what are you guys trying to say with that? Are you trying to say, why don't you go to Gaza so that you get bombed to death? Which feels to me an admission or acknowledging the reality of how Palestinian people are being brutalized. Yeah. And there are truly too many examples to show. Too many examples to show from mainstream media of how the violence at UCLA was reported last night. And the reason that are we pro Sharia law from the river to the sea here? Yeah, we're pro Sharia law. Are you down with that? Yeah, that's what we're all about. Because what I'm talking about here is Sharia law. As a woman, no. Okay. Well, from one woman to another, you're a dumbass bitch. You're a dumbass bitch to come in here and say something like that when where the fuck have I ever mentioned Sharia law? Have you listened for 2 seconds to what I'm covering here? Or are you just a dumb fucking bitch? I'm gonna pull up that old Twitter meme. I do not support all women. Some of you bitches are really dumb. And you are one of them. Anyway, here's an example of the New York Times, how they reported on what happened last night. Administrators at the University of California, Los Angeles called in law enforcement officers on Wednesday after violent clashes broke out at a pro-Palestinian protest encampment. What do you mean violent clashes broke out? How did the violent clash break out? Who started the violent clash? Don't you think that's important to report on? The New York Times is reporting this filmed Zionist assault at UCLA as violent clashes, adding it was not immediately clear who was responsible for the violence. Fascinating. It's not immediately clear who's responsible for the violence, even though there is ample footage showing us what happened last night. There were student journalists on UCLA student journalists who were reporting everything. And guess what happened to them? They were fucking attacked. Hassan watched the LA Times change the reporting in real time. Yeah. Like, are these...
pro-Palestine.
Oh, sorry. That is
Wait, check out
so
the
loud. A. Prambo, thank you for the 5 months.
LA Times headline now much more ambiguous. No,
After violent protests at UCLA, UC president launches investigation into response.
dude, are you serious?
Wow. So
Wait,
let's
check
look
out
at it
the LA
here.
Times headline now much more
UCLA cancels classes after counter-protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp.
ambiguous. No,
Oh my God.
dude, are you serious?
Do you guys see? So do you see the, You see the change
Headline
there?
now.
UCLA cancels classes after counter-protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp. Oh, sorry. Can't have that as the headline because that's accurate.
Much more ambiguous.
So we're going to call it this instead so that it's unclear as to who instigated. The LA Times has been constantly changing their headline for their article about the violence last night. Someone said, are there neutral news sources reporting anything you think is more accurate? Campus journalism. Campus journalism is one that you should certainly be looking at. Okay, don't discount them just because they're students. They are there. They are there and they are trying to report on everything. Did you see that stupid-ass tweet that went super viral of a UC student that said Asians were cooked? They're not taking part of these protests, even though there's so many Asian protesters at every single college in America right now. Asians are cooked. They're not taking part. Yeah, just that's fucking stupid. It's anytime someone tries to monolith like that and be like, oh yeah, Asians don't support. They did that. They do that with trying to rile up Asian black fighting to pretend that Asians all Asians hate black people and vice versa. So they know, but they're intentionally self-censoring. Journalism is nothing if it's not the truth. Yes, but keep in mind that, and obviously this is something you already know, but for others in chat, journalism, like journalism at the LA Times, journalism at the New York Times, they're not writing for their readers. They're writing for their for the executives. They're writing for the people who are in charge of these newspapers, who are, who own them, who are dictating how things are said and what is said. They are writing. You know who actually put out a great piece on this is Ken Klippenstein, who used to write for The Intercept, is resigning from The Intercept, and he is going into totally independent journalism. Not independent journalism in the way that The Intercept was supposed to be, but like dead on independent journalism. He reports to nobody but himself. And he wrote here, the reason so much of the news media sucks is they aren't writing for you. They're writing for their sources in Washington, for the industries that they cover, for rich people, for fancy awards committees. Just take a look at the ads they run for investment banks, defense contractors, oil companies. Unless you're in the market for any of these products, they're not writing for you. I want to be an unabashed partisan for the vast majority of Americans who despise the people who run the country, putting my finger in the eye of the elites, frog marching us through their managed decline of the American standard of living. Yeah, so that's why so much of mainstream media has been following the same playbook. I'm going to show an example of Dana Bash on CNN in just a second, which you would not be able to tell CNN apart from Fox News when it comes to covering these campus protests. Important thing to keep in mind when people talk about the protests not being peaceful. There's this weird slippage people do where by peaceful they mean lawful, but then they want to use MLK as an example and seem to forget where letter from Birmingham jail was written from. Okay, for the last damn time, the occupation of a building is a peaceful protest. And also, buildings have been occupied as part of protests for decades. Why are people acting as if the things that students are doing, buying tents, setting up encampments, occupying buildings, like everything that these students are doing is nothing new? This is what has been happening in student protests for decades. And the other crazy thing is you compare these student protests to the 1968 anti-Vietnam War and civil rights protests, and these are like the violence of these protests is nothing compared to what was happening in 68, even in 85. This is so mild, and yet the the militarized response is even greater than it was in 68 when they took professors hostage. Like, the student protesters in 68 were taking hostages until their demands were met. They held a dean hostage in Colombia during the Vietnam War. Yes. But the way that administrators, in conjunction with mayors, with governors, with, elected officials, are bringing down the fucking house on these students. There's nothing that has held a candle to this. Student protesters in the 60s had guns. We are less violent now. Yeah. Student protesters, I admire your empathy for Gazans, your concern for the world, your moral ambition to make a difference. Just so you know, whenever somebody starts off saying this, they're about to come across as an old, condescending boomer asshole. Oh, student protesters, I so admire that you want to change the world, but guess what? You're going to realize it's not worth it. God, I remember when I'm not going to say what family member, but a family member of mine reached a certain age, and I was having a conversation with them, and they were like, I really admire how much you care. You'll get older and realize none of it matters. You'll get older and realize it's not worth your time. And I was like, wow, you know what? Just for you saying that, I'm going to do the opposite. When I get older, I'm going to be even more radical. I'm going to be even more involved. I'm going to care even more because I refuse to accept that getting older means you become a fucking seat cushion for all of the atrocities and oppression that takes place in this world. Yeah, I mean, I look at, there's this, I can't remember his name, but there's a 63-year-old protester who's been with the student, I forgot what city, but he is an experienced protester. He's a guy who's like been at protests his entire life, and they did an interview on him. He's super rad. PNW dude, thank you for the tier 1. Caroline, you're a radical, totally radical. I mean, Ninja Turtle style. Look, man, being radical just means waking up and refusing to be a pawn in this game. And I talked to a friend of mine who was like, I feel as if I'm one step away from becoming radical. And I said, are you seeing what's going on? Are you seeing how we, even in blue cities with Democratic mayors, Democratic governors, with the Democratic president, that they are unleashing this insane militarized presence on kids, on students? Like, are you seeing these things? Are you seeing the fascism that is taking place in front of our very eyes? Like, if you're seeing these things, then, and if you're seeing these things and you disagree with them, if you're seeing these things and you hate these things, then I think that means you're radical. But I think people get freaked out by the definition of radical because I think they think that means that you're going to go do crazy things. I don't know. I don't know what people think the definition of radical is, but it's really as simple as that. Oh yeah, if you get used to the way it goes and avoiding undertow, you can like play them right back when they're the ones instigating the fuck shit. Same old, if you're not a conservative by the time you're 40, you have no brain. Try. Oh yeah, it's the whole when you're younger, you think with your heart, and so you vote blue, but when you're older, you think with your brain, so you vote red. I don't know. I hate that fucking saying. I worry about how peaceful protests have tipped into occupations of buildings, risks to commencements, and when I see an undue tolerance of blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to here is still taking a look at Brett's stream here. Seems to be okay thus far. Chaotic Lynn, thank you for the 5 months. Let's take a look more at what happened last night. Yeah. Throwing fireworks into the encampment. Chaotic Lynn, thank you for the 5 months of tier 3. My rare tier 3s. The attackers, who are reportedly not of student age, also used pepper spray. Aerial video showed security officers watching on. Reportedly, the security officers, when they tried to step in, were getting attacked, so they stepped out. And oh God, I just have so many thoughts running through my brain. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. So again, if one particular group of people, if one side here are attacking protesters and also attacking security guards who try to stop things, are we still questioning who are the good guys here? Are we still trying to make it seem as if the Palestinian protesters are the violent ones? If it's the case that these security guards could not stop the Zionist agitators who were beating up these protesters and trying to rip the encampment apart, and then started beating the security guards, so they had to like step back. Interesting, there's no police around when the Israel supporters attack the encampment, but if it's students peacefully assembling, smashing windows, and assaulting kids. Oh yeah, look at here's a perfect example of the double standard. Here, this guy was arrested for spraying an unidentified chemical inside the UPenn Gaza encampment. See how he's being nicely led away? Look at this. Wait a sec. What's going on here? Why aren't they tackling him to the ground like they did the professor at WashU? Why aren't they beating him? Why aren't they like ripping his limbs behind him? Fascinating. Huh. See how they don't even immediately handcuff him? They let him walk away, and then they politely ask him to put his hands behind his back? Wow. I don't know if you guys saw this instance that I'm referring to. There's, like I said, so many instances. It's hard to keep track of them all, but this is footage showing officers at Washington University, St. Louis. This is my backyard. I didn't go to WashU, I went to SLU, but very close by. Beating a professor, slamming him, and dragging his limp body. SIUE history professor Steve Tamari is reportedly hospitalized with broken ribs and a broken hand. One doctor told him he's lucky to be alive. The professor at WashU is my history teacher at another college. So you can see him. Here he is. He's an old man. And for the thousandth time, people who are like, you break the law, you're going to get arrested. Okay. This isn't breaking the law. Being on campus, being at a protest, being just on this lawn, not breaking the law. Secondly, do you think this response is okay? You don't see like anything here that feels psychotic to you. The way that the police are behaving towards faculty and students on their campuses. Does this seem a little intense at all? Do you see how they're dragging him away? Do you see how they're kicking him, kneeing him? Multiple of them. He's an old man. Literally an old man. Does this seem okay? Still dragging him. That's an old man.
You have a student on the ground.
Yeah, the universities do not care about their faculty whatsoever. Feels like an escalation of the pepper spray at UC Davis. Cops keep getting more violent. Yeah, there are so many instances of this. When I was at UT Austin and the cops pepper sprayed into the crowd. It's not like the students had weapons. It's not like the students were attacking them. It's not like the students were doing anything that warranted these cops spraying, using chemical warfare on 18-year-olds. Like, I don't know what to say to people who think this is okay. I don't know how to get them to realize this is fascism. This is fucked up. This is an insane response. Nobody should be okay with that. And then to remind you why this is happening in the first place. What these students are out there protesting. Who these cops and these mayors and these governors and the president of the United States are doing this on behalf of, and it's nothing to do, it's not even like it's about America. It's for a foreign state. Obviously, they protect Israel because of American interests, but you know what I'm saying. The insanity of this being authorized on behalf of a foreign state. And if you were to see footage like this, okay, the video I just showed you, if you were to see footage of that happening in China, people would be like, look, communism. Look at the fascism in China. The same people who think that that's okay here in America. Okay, one sec. I need to turn down one thing. There we go. Okay, boom. All right, what was I looking at? Let's go check in on here. That seems to be all good. Okay. Here's Senator Bernie Sanders.
I suggest to CNN and maybe some of my colleagues here, maybe take your cameras just for a moment off of Columbia and off of UCLA. Maybe go to Gaza.
Yeah.
And take your camera and show us the emaciated children who are dying of malnutrition because of Netanyahu's policies. Show us the kids who have lost their arms and their legs.
Yeah, it is so vital. It is so vital that we do not stop talking about Gaza, that we don't take the focus from there, because that is why these protests are happening. So even as we're covering these protests, and I'm trying to be conscious of this, not forgetting in the covering of these student protests and the brutal police response, What's happening in Gaza still?
Show us the suffering that is going on. Oh, I suggest the CNN and
here's from today. Here's from today. Israel airstrike on Rafah refugee camp in Gaza kills boy 4 and his sister 2. Kids are being murdered as we speak in Gaza while here in America, we're watching police beat down on protesters, and the story in the mainstream media is that they're being beaten down on because of anti-Semitism. Several people injured in the strike were brought to the medical facility just before midnight, including a 4-year-old boy named Kareem Jarada and his 2-year-old sister. And reminder, Rafah is supposed to be a safe zone for Palestinians. It's the last safe zone for Palestinians, and they're still dying. The Kuwait hospital said the 2 infants were declared dead by medics shortly after they had arrived. Video obtained by CNN shows people in bloodied clothes being pulled out of civilian cars and rushed into the hospital. Other videos show some injured people being taken out of ambulances marked with the Palestine Red Crescent Society symbol into the hospital on stretcher beds. Another video obtained by CNN from inside the hospital shows a doctor trying to treat Mona's injuries. Her body appeared to be covered in blood splatters, with her left eye severely wounded, her head and right leg covered in bandages. Video shot by a journalist working for CNN in the Kuwait hospital courtyard shows a single small body bag with the bodies of both siblings inside it and their names written in marker on the outside and their death of date, April 30th. 4 men are seen praying over the body bag as the children's grandmother, Rami Abu Shalab, crouches over crying. She's seen opening the bag and looking at her grandchildren, saying, "They are going to heaven." The 2 lifeless heads of the children look bloodied and discovered. Every time I saw her eyes, I'd say she has eyes like a deer's. God give your mother strength. God rest your souls, my grandchildren. Rami told CNN she spoke to her daughter on Tuesday after sunset when she told her she put her kids to bed after they played with the neighbors and had dinner, trying to just have some semblance of normalcy, playing with the neighbors. She put them to bed and then the treacherous ones came. God will punish them. Pointing at the body bag, Rami told CNN they were her first and only grandchildren, calling them her first joy. She said their parents were injured in the airstrike and are now between life and death. We are going to bury them without their parents and without most of their loved ones because they were either injured in the attack or displaced in different areas of Gaza, she said. Rami told CNN the family had been displaced multiple times by the Israeli military, but that it didn't matter because this is all they want. This is their goal, she said, pointing at her dead grandchildren. The children's aunt told CNN from the hospital that the Israeli military struck the home her sister and her family were sheltering in without giving a warning. We're still in a state of shock. What is one supposed to say? They are innocent. The babies went to bed last night and they never woke up. They went to God. This heartbreak will stay with us forever. Unable to hold back tears, she told CNN that Palestinian blood has been flowing like a waterfall that hasn't stopped since October 7th, when Israel launched its war on Hamas following an attack by the terror group that killed more than 1,200 people. Israel's subsequent devastating assault in the Palestinian enclave has killed more than 34,000 people, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Always important to point out, too, is that that number hasn't been updated in a while because the health ministry is pretty much collapsed. I didn't even have time to enjoy being called an aunt. They didn't even have time to grow. They were so young. We were all so sad. There's nothing harder than the devastation of death and the death of children. In response to CNN requests for comment, the IDF referred to a previous statement. They're like, we're not even going to pretend to try to bullshit new things. Just see our old statements that said the IDF is operating to dismantle the Hamas military and administrative capabilities, saying it follows international law and takes feasible precautions to mitigate civilian harm. Given the ongoing exchanges of fire, remaining in an active combat zone has inherent risks. An active combat zone. Oh my God. The IDF will continue to counter threats while persisting to mitigate harm to civilians. If I decide to like murder a whole family, I'm gonna murder them and be like, hey, I took every measure to not kill them, and I know they died, but I didn't mean to. My point wasn't to kill them. So because the intention wasn't there, am I really guilty? Snipers spotted at UCLA. Jesus, man. Wait, what is... No. What is this? Why does... That looks like... I was like, that looks like a video game. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, there have been snipers on the roofs of multiple campus buildings. This is real, yes. SWAT, snipers have cropped up on multiple campuses. This is Writers Against the War on Gaza. The shadows are low, so it looks strange. Yeah, it's hard to believe snipers, but you never know when you need to blast the head open of some 18-year-old kid who's holding up a sign that says, "Stop the genocide." So I read that CNN article to you guys. I know it's super heavy. I know it's 8:14 at night and it's later where some of you are, but it's a reminder. This is just one reminder of why these protests are happening, of why these students are refusing to stop, because they refuse to be silent. They refuse to be complicit. They refuse to be paying tens of thousands of dollars to a university that is then turning around and investing in companies that are sending weapons to Israel to blow up little children. This was a really just another piece that I read today that was like, oh my God, a reminder of why we're doing this. In Rafah, I saw new graveyards filled with children. It's unimaginable that worse could be yet to come. This is James Elder, who's UNICEF's global spokesperson, describing what he saw on his recent trip to Gaza, and it's just dead kids everywhere. It's just so many dead kids. So many dead kids. But you wouldn't know that that's going on if you were to be taking a look at Inside Politics with Dana Bash. Dana fucking Bash. I don't know who's Anderson Cooper or Dana Bash. I actually think Anderson Cooper's been worse, but Dana Bash has been awful as well. So this is an example of a mainstream news network program that you would watch, and there is no differentiation between this and Fox News. When it comes to the issue of Israel, CNN and Fox News are one and the same. Dana Fash. Yes, Dana Fash.
Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm Dana Bash. We start with destruction, violence, and hate on college campuses across the country.
Oh, do we? We start with this. Okay, great.
This was the scene just a short while ago at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Police clashing with protesters. 12 people were arrested.
So I just want to use this as an example of how to show you guys propaganda. And this is a perfect example of it. Manufacturing. So this is propaganda with the effect of manufacturing consent for genocide by turning this whole situation into something else. So by, not to dox myself, but that's my alma mater. Yeah, a bunch of my siblings went here. So I've spent a lot of time on this campus. To start off here, Dana Fash,
University of Wisconsin-Madison,
talking about the violent clashes between police and protesters. If you're watching CNN and this is where you're getting your news, you look at this and think that protesters are fighting police because they're fighting police and not because the police have come in and are brutalizing them. This seems like a oh, boom, boom. The police showed up and the protesters just started clashing with them versus the reality of what has been happening, and that you would know if you're watching sources other than CNN or if you've gone to protest yourself, is that the students are there, the students are peacefully protesting, and then the cops come in, immediately escalate the situation by using chemical warfare, by brutally beating these students and arresting them en masse, and that's the situation.
Police clashing with protesters. 12 people were
The most effective propaganda pretends to be neutral.
arrested. Hours earlier, protests rocked the University of Arizona, where campus police used chemical irritant munitions to remove protesters. Around the
Mecca
same
Goliath,
time at
thank you for
UCLA,
the 3 months, and
pro-Israel
Kian 3039, thank you for the 2
pro-Palestinian
months.
groups were attacking each other.
Okay, there we go again. Pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups were attacking each other. So if you chat, Farley, come here. If you come over into my house and you start beating me up and you start brutalizing me, maybe you've just had enough, okay? Maybe you're like, one take too many. That's not us clashing with each other. That's you guys beating up upon me. Or vice versa, if I were to do that to you. This is not us clashing, as in both sides started clashing together, like there was not one side that had instigated and was agitating all this violence.
Hurling all kinds of objects, a wood pallet, fireworks, parking cones, even a scooter. And before that, the NYPD was able to clear Columbia University after protesters barricaded themselves inside a campus building. 300 people were arrested at Columbia and...
Brett is up close with the cops. Okay, sorry guys, we're kind of jumping around a little bit. We'll go back to that segment. I just want to see this a little bit. I just wonder what each individual cop is thinking. I wonder if there's at least one cop who's like, what am I fucking doing here? And this is not saying, this is not like, oh, only a few bad apples. Obviously, fuck the police. But I just have to think, there's got to be a cop who's like, wow, I'm really living the dream beating children. Not. Come on, man. I mean, they're still going to do it, but is there one maybe who's looking at their life and going, is this the dream? Yeah, I know plenty are happy to beat up on kids.
Other people are drawn at him. I love it.
They're truly thinking this is the crime I meant to fight. Yeah, like maybe it's someone who signed up to be a cop thinking that they were actually going to protect people, and do something, and then realize that the entire institution is blackened to the core. It's rotted to the core, and now here they are. No, here they are on a college campus. Facing off against teenagers with signs that say "Stop the Genocide."
This is a stupid fucking mask.
What's in their head?
This is why
I feel like they would have left the forest a long time ago if that were the case, but maybe I'm an idealist. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, but
I just
I'm not trying to have some fucking fascist take over president.
something more positive. A fuck you to University Land
retroactively
Acknowledges. The local indigenous
put us all
community of my
into a
alma
fucking
mater
camp.
said protesters have a right to be on the land. Fuck yeah. Let's go. The Traditional Council of Kanawaki has confirmed that students have the right to be on this land. That's awesome.
Now I don't know.
We stand in support with all who are occupying. Yeah, if there's a group of people
This is a barricade.
in the United States of America
this is
who
put
will
up by
understand things like
where
occupation,
garbage cans go.
ethnic cleansing, land stealing, and those who fight against
we're just
things
gonna
like
keep
that,
walking
it's
around.
indigenous people.
Hope we're in the right place at the right time to catch something.
All right, let's go back to the Dana Bash segment.
City College of New York. But it is unclear how many were actually students. New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Unclear of how many are actually students. So the way that Dana, Axelrod, and all of these other, all these other media people and people who work in politics say this is they're smart about it, because they're not saying the protesters, like, they're not stating it as fact, but what they're doing is having an air of, we're not sure. It'll be interesting to find out. It's not clear how many of them actually are students, because what they're feeding into is the outside agitator trope that, like I said earlier, has literally been around since the civil rights movement. Every single movement, every protest since then has had this trope used by people who seek to devalue and distract from the purpose of the protest. Like, the actual purpose of the protest, it's a way to fuck with that. They're appealing to a crowd that thinks George Soros is funding these protests. Yeah, and what's interesting, what's so crazy, is the George Soros conspiracy theories are anti-Semitic, okay? All the ones from, like, oh, George Soros is responsible for, this, whatever. Name a politician who's been elected, or a politician who hasn't been elected. Oh, it's George Soros. It's a huge anti-conspiracy theory. And that same anti-Semitism conspiracy theory is being used by Zionist supporters, by supporters of the state of Israel, who claim that these protests are anti-Semitic. And yet they're using an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to insinuate that these protesters are being funded by someone like George Soros. I'm not saying that Dana Bash is doing that, but I'm saying I have seen the George Soros conspiracy theory being used by Zionist propagators. And so what Dana is doing here is making it appear to her viewers that these protesters, that these protesters maybe aren't even students. So, like, what's going on here? It's not even students who are agitating on this campus. It's people who are coming in from the outside who are just agitating to agitate, or are agitating because maybe they're being paid to do so. Who are they being funded by? Where did they come from?
Warned this morning that professional outside agitators are getting involved.
Yep, there it is. See, let's just... They say it.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams warned this morning that professional outside agitators are getting involved.
There is a movement to radicalize young people, and I'm not
Fuck
going to
Eric
wait
Adams.
until it's done and all of a sudden acknowledge the existence of it. This is a global problem that young people are being
As a reminder, just because people of color fill positions of power. It is not a guarantee, and in fact, most of the time they serve the interests of the ruling party. You know, they're not brought in to actually break things, you know, break down the walls of oppression. And people like Eric Adams are a perfect example of that. People like the president of Colombia, and not all skinfolk are kinfolk. Exactly. And so, this is it's like when you see, you know, black cops. You think a black cop isn't going to adhere to the fascism that police officers exhibit in their handling of things like student protesters? You think a black cop is, just because that cop is black, is gonna bring the system down, is not going to act the way that cops in this country act? Eric Adams saw the power he could have as a cop and joined the force because of that. Yeah.
Influenced by those who are professionals at radicalizing our children, and I'm not going to allow that to happen as the mayor of the city of New York.
Many of these protests started peacefully with legitimate questions about.
He's not wrong. Young people are being radicalized and influenced by pictures and videos of bombed out homes and dead children. Yeah. Yeah, young people have seen countless examples of death, of mass death, and seeing how the universities that they are in debt to are a part of funding that. Yeah, that has radicalized them. Somebody's asking about what's going on with Colombia. Okay, so side note, it's quite funny because with everything happening on Columbia, Columbia, Columbia University's campus, the country of Colombia, Colombia, has announced that they are severing ties with Israel over genocide. So just the timing of the country of Colombia announcing this, with the school of Columbia being the exact opposite, is kind of funny. I mean, we got to find laughs. We got to find laughs somewhere. But this is also very based. Gustavo Petro tells May Day rally, if Palestine dies, humanity dies, as Israeli foreign minister accuses president of anti-Semitism. Gustavo Petro described Israel's siege of Gaza as genocide and said tomorrow diplomatic relations with the state of Israel will be broken for having a genocidal president. Petro said, adding, if Palestine dies, humanity dies, and we are not going to let it die. Once again, classic response to be accused of anti-Semitism. Listen to his words here. If Palestine dies, humanity dies. We're not going to let it die. Anti-Semitism. Man, oh man. It just like really sucks. I think about this all the time. It really sucks for anti-Zionist Jews because this is such a stain on the history of Jewish people because of the way that Israel has tied their actions to the history of Jewish people, and because of how they are invoking Judaism. In the name of Judaism, we must do this. And it's horrifying. It's truly horrifying that, like, to be a Jewish person who, history is such an important part of being Jewish, and to look at this, and this will forever be a part of that history. Okay, what were we doing? We're finishing this up.
About the war, but in many cases, they lost the plot. They're calling for a ceasefire, Well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, the day before Hamas terrorists brutally murdered more than 1,000 people inside Israel and took hundreds more as hostages. This hour, I'll speak to an American-Israeli family whose son is still held captive.
I would be so curious how many times people like Dana and Anderson and all these jokers at these MSM outlets, if you were to compare the amount of times they've mentioned how many Israelis died on October 7th versus how many Palestinians have died and are dying, still dying,
captive by Hamas since that horrifying day that brought us to this moment. You don't hear the pro-Palestinian protesters talking about that. We will. Now, protesting the way the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister is prosecuting the retaliatory war against Hamas is one thing. Making Jewish students feel unsafe at their own schools is unacceptable.
Man, it is so astonishing to see how absolutely mask off these people have gone as far as concerning propagating for genocide. Listen to what they put the focus on. Listen to how they have turned the deaths of just tens of thousands of Palestinians and turn that into the real concern though are Jewish students not being safe on campus, which is also bullshit.
And it is happening way too much right now.
I'm a UCLA student.
Oh, this fucking guy!
Pay tuition.
You guys, this guy is a theater major at UCLA. We don't claim him.
This is our school.
But that's how he's also got the extra dramatics, okay? As a theater kid, I know. He's turning on the theatrics.
Letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't they go? Will you let me go in? This could be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go in.
Are they going to show the footage of when he was at UCLA's encampment last week and was like waving his Israeli flag, yelling things with a smug look on his face? Are they going to show this? I'm trying to watch both you and Hassan right now. It's pretty challenging. Glad y'all are covering the news. Facts that media won't. And I enjoy your content. Yeah, man, there's so much news going on, but this is just, I feel like personally I can't stop talking about this because it's, for so many of us, happening in our backyards. You know, we all, for the most part here, live in areas where there are college campuses that most likely there's some form of protest happening. So it's something too where I feel as if we have to be using our voices to stand up for these young people. We have to be supporting them because we're all, like, everybody, you know, we're supporting them because we support we support an end to Palestinian death and suffering. Sringle, thank you so much for the 5. I'm watching you, Carter, and Hassan at the same time. It's a lot going on. Yeah, it is a lot.
Again, what you just saw is 2024.
I love that this is the clip they use. This is the clip where he's like, why won't you guys let me pass? Me and my friends just need to go to class. It's like, there's a lot of other footage of this fucking theater dork, by the way. Maria, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. Omar in Japan, thank you for the 2 months. Like, you wanna show You want to show Mr. Broadway when he was at the encampment last week, all the clips of that, or would you rather focus on this where he looks scared, where he's like, "I'm just trying to get to class. Help me." Isn't there someone at CNN who can say this segment is dumb AF? I wish. Isn't there someone? Yeah, that'd be nice if someone was like, "Hey, by the way, I don't know if you know this. Okay, something is going, there's an alert that's going crazy. What is happening? Did you guys hear that? I feel like my alerts are so broken. It's just going off, but I don't know why it's going off. It's like the replay of the gift alert. This is so whack. You know what I'm going to do? Let me try to turn this sound down. I do not know what happened when I was gone for the last 2 days. Why my computer just did really weird things. Okay, one moment. I'm going to turn that sound way down. All right. Is that even going to work? Let's see. You know what? I'm just going to disable it for now. Okay.
I want to use that entrance. Well, I can't take it. Will you let
Oh, we finished this. Yeah. This is the most insane segment of mainstream agitprop I've ever seen from a new network other than Fox News. In every image she shows, the perpetrators of actual violence are the cops or pro-Israel counter-protesters. And the comparison to 1930s Germany is jaw-dropping. Whew, it just, it makes you lose your mind.
Sure.
But Aaron is going to go back inside.
Moxie, thank you for the prime.
Cool. So yeah, this is the back part.
Oh, this is what
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Yeah. So they have this whole, like, and they have a person up top that's like giving speeches, leading chants. Students are here working on their finals.
I got to get Brett my
really dark over here.
nice camera that he could use too. Part of me, when I landed, I was like, should I go to UCLA tonight? And then I went, I don't think I don't know if I'm physically prepared to go do that again, but I think I'm going to try to go back. No, I have to fucking go out of town this weekend. What am I talking about?
I'm doing this from my fucking
Chaos
phone,
Valkyries,
okay?
thank you for the 2 months.
Camera work. I don't have that much control over anything here, okay? I do this professionally. I'm a video professional, okay? This streaming shit is all new to me, bro. Is he not even close? Is he live too?
Yeah.
Also, when I saw that Brett was streaming from there, I went, okay, good. Because I think it's really important that there's as much coverage of this as possible, and
He's got a steady camera shit?
Yes.
Honestly, you don't really, like, it would be
having a live stream
something else. It's not the
happening at these protests is
really, really good.
really important documentation. Hassan said he would bail out everyone. That's socialism, baby.
Yo, thank you for the...
That's giving the money to the people to help the people. Skeletor, thank you for the gifted. The other thing too with live streamers in our community, we are granted access to be there and to talk to students and find out, what's happening here, how people are feeling, because we're not twisting the narrative in favor of in favor of Israel. And I talked about this after I streamed at UT's campus, but when I first got there, people didn't know who I was.
But I'm not gonna go too far.
They were immediately alarmed when they saw the camera, and I was like, hey, can I ask you guys a couple questions? I tried not to have the influencer sounding voice. What's up, YouTube? I'm here on UT Austin's campus to document what's going on. Come along with me. Not twisting the narrative, period. True, period. But yeah, the students are understandably shutting themselves off from most mainstream media and really most people with cameras because of how they're being demonized. Why be involved in an unstoppable war? Well, that is a really cynical way to look at this current violence, and also just looking at the world in general. I would say that my morals and my values mean that when I see injustice happening, I don't stay silent on it. So that's why I get involved. That's why all these students are involved. Because there are a lot of people who refuse to stay silent because they cannot accept this. They can't go to sleep at night if they're not doing what they can to stop something like genocide. I get that, but the problem is when we get involved, it creates a bigger problem more often than not. I want you to look back on the history of social justice movements and give me an example of what you just stated there, where when getting involved makes it worse. Do you think that black people would have won rights for themselves if the civil rights movement hadn't happened? Oh, we got some vocals. Okay, vocals. Do you like I just meant government making big moves. Okay, here's a quote. The further that we as a society move away from the truth, the angrier the response is to people who try and expose that truth. So yeah, the government, when they are being exposed for the brutality, for the death and destruction that they are responsible for, are going to respond angrily. When they are called out for their complicity, for their responsibility, they're not going to like it. But nothing changes if you don't try to change it.
That's right.
Open up your middle school history books.
Critical strategy for liberation.
Yeah, nothing in life, no progress in life has ever been earned, has ever been won because people didn't do anything, because people decided to do nothing.
Free, free Palestine! Viva, viva Palestina!
Apparently, there are 9,000 officers there. What's Can you give me a source on that? That's a lot. I don't want to spread misinformation. CNN also called Hind a murdered. Oh yeah, I have that. This just made me. Where do I have that? Yeah, Columbia students renamed Hamilton Hall Hind Hall after 6-year-old Hind, who's a Palestinian girl murdered by the IDF after being the sole survivor of an Israeli tank fire on the vehicle in which she had fled with 6 relatives.
That's right!
She called medical services asking for help, and when medics tried to rescue her, they were also bombed to death by Israel, and then Hind herself was murdered. Here's how she was referred to. Here's Cassie Hunt, CNN again, referring to her as a woman killed in Gaza. So remember to Israel and to supporters of Israel, there are no children. They're just all tiny adults, I guess. So 6 years old is a woman. That's just fucking evil and disgusting. Here's Aviva Klompus, a real fucking ghoul. Overnight, the pro-terror mob that took over Hamilton Hall at Columbia University posting on social media that they have taken matters into their own hands. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Taking matters into their own hands? Yeah, they're trying to stop a genocide. The mob used metal gates to barricade the doors, blocked entrances with wooden tables and chairs, and zip-tied doors shut. They unfurled a banner reading Hind's Hall, renaming Hamilton after Hind Rajab, a Palestinian boy. This is how much Zionists care about Palestinian life. 0. They don't even care enough. To make sure that they get the facts straight on a 6-year-old who was bombed to death. Hind pronounced I was pronouncing her name as Hind before, and then I was corrected to Hind, so that just goes to show. I should always trust my instinct, because I was saying Hind, and then I was told it was Hind. So I want to make sure that I am honoring her correctly. So if it is Hind, then I want to be referring to her as Hind. Someone trolled you? Well, I don't know if it was trolled or maybe they just thought the pronunciation was different. Hindustan. Okay. I really appreciate your coverage of this because sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy watching the news. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I understand that. I think one of the nice things with the leftist communities here on Twitch is people who are part of the various communities have a place to go so they don't feel like they're going crazy. So they don't feel like they're being gaslit, gatekeep, girl bossed. So they feel as if they can come to a community that understands what's going on here. Media saw their playbook of how to treat black children who are victims of police violence that will replace black with Palestinian. Do you know what's another thing that I've noticed? And of course, because oppression is linked. Racists are racist. How many Zionist agitators have shouted things that are anti-black, that are just vilely racist? There was a Zionist agitator, I think it was UCLA's campus, who shouted something transphobic. I'm like, oh, okay, you're just going through the book now. You're like, what are all the ways that we can display how racist we are? Zionists really said, fuck everyone else, all the slurs right now. Yeah. They're like, oh, it's open season. We know that this is about Palestinians, but we're just going all in. We're just going all in because we also hate black people.
Bro got 7 cards, chat.
Yeah. Or shouting, I hope you go to Gaza and get raped. I hope they rape you. Oh. The idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that's wrong with the world. Yes. When you understand that not everyone in this world believes that all lives matter. Believe that all lives have equal weight, that all lives are deserving of the same rights, the same liberties, the same opportunities. Then all of this makes sense. Like when you just start from there and you go, oh, okay, this person believes this, or this person is doing this because they don't think this group of people's lives matter as much.
From my chat, police prepared to...
Black people live rent-free in these people's heads. It really, it's just, it is something, it is something where always, when we're taking a look at stuff like this, there's always an element of anti-black racism. You're like, wow, I thought that this was about Palestinians, but you're also going to make it about how you hate black people. You're gonna call a black student who's supporting Palestine the N-word, because why not? Like, how did I get involved? Right, because it's all connected. I mean, how many times have we talked about how it's from Black Lives Matter to, from Ferguson to Palestine? It's all connected here. That the IDF has trained American police officers. It's all connected. Oppression is all connected. No one is free until we're all free. And justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And that's why, if you're somebody who, let's say you do believe in, one movement, okay? You're like, yeah, I'm down for women's rights, or I'm down for Black Lives Matter. But you don't see the connection to Free Palestine. Well, what you're missing is that these are all connected. It's about fighting oppression. It's about human rights. Yeah, intersectionality is at the core of all of these social justice movements. And I think a lot of Zionists know a lot of black people have been black people have and always been behind Palestinians, and that's one of the reasons they go for the racism also immediately. Yeah, and there's also, there's also racism within Israel, within the Zionist ideology. You look at the way that the way that Ethiopian Jews are discriminated against in Israel, the way that darker-skinned Israelis are towards the bottom of the totem pole, even though Israel is supposed to be a safe haven for all Jewish people.
Did y'all get an email about classes for the rest of the week already? Yeah, what's happening? You canceled. And why did it happen?
Thank you so much for speaking on this and making people aware of what's going on. I appreciate you. Hope night goes well. Free Palestine. Hells yeah. Welcome in. One doesn't have to be personally or directly affected in order to support the cause. We're fighting for those who simply cannot. Yeah, that's the was it the Onion headline or was it HuffPost where it's like, I don't know how to convince you that you should care about other people. When I see tweets or when I see headlines that are like that are a self-report of the person who wrote it, showcasing that they don't have empathy, so they don't understand why other people care. Why would you care if you're not Palestinian or if you're not Jewish? Like, why do you have any interest in this particular conflict? This has nothing to do with you. Well, yeah, it does, especially if you're American. If you're American, yeah, you have a vested interest in this because our tax dollars fund this shit. But also, just on a basic level of humanity, we should care because of humanity. Like, that's the reason why. What's the root of all this? Back in Gaza and Israel, land, religion, serious question. Land.
Yeah.
Oh, cute. Are you into Marxism? Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, I am Heisenberg. It is about land.
I got that shirt too. It's a good shirt.
Do not be fooled into believing
What's your tag? I'm trying
that at its core, it's about religion. It's not about religion.
You don't have to. You're good.
It's not about racism towards Jewish people. This was about land. This was about this was about setting up the state of Israel on a land where people were already living. And they coined the phrase "a land without a people" and a land without a people without a land. But the thing is that it wasn't a land without a people. There were people living there, and 750,000 of them back in 1948 were violently displaced and dispelled. 750,000 Palestinian people, because that is what was required for Israel to set up their state there and maintain an ethno-state.
I have this one.
And that's the thing too. When Israel and defenders of Israel try and say that Israel is a democracy, it's simply not. It simply can't be a democracy purely on the basis that you can't be a democracy when attempting to maintain homogeneity. Because if you treat Judaism as a religion, so that what I mean by that is Israel is majority Jewish for religious purposes, or Jewish in treating Judaism as a religion, then it's a theocratic state. And if you treat Judaism as an ethnicity, Israel being majority Jewish, like Jewish ethnicity, means that it's like it can't be a democracy for that reason. You can't be a democracy when not everyone has equal rights on the land. Yeah, and if you maintain an ethno-state like Israel has, on the basis of ethnicity, then it's an apartheid state. A lot of Israeli politicians have stated they want it to be secular right, but then use religion as the excuse. Yeah, I mean, they pretend as if Israel already is a democratic secular state, which is the goal for which is what most Palestinian supporters, who at least ones who believe in a one-state solution, think that area should be. It won't be called, it won't be Israel, but it will be a democratic secular state, much like Israel pretends they are now, but will actually be one where everyone enjoys equal rights. Anyone can live there regardless of religion, ethnicity, and not be discriminated against.
And insecure is protected. We can do this again, right?
Yeah!
We're still here, right? We're still fighting, right? Amazing.
So what you are saying is to remove Israel completely. Which country is safe for Jewish people then? No.
Left side of the stairs. And you're really...
If you heard what I just said, what I'm saying is Israel can't exist in its current form, because its current form relies on the oppression and the occupation of Palestinian people. What I believe is for that land, that is Israel and then the few Palestinian territories, it needs to be one state, but not one that Israel maintains, the Israeli government maintains control over. It's a democratically elected government where if you're Christian, if you're Jewish, if you are Muslim, you have a vote. You have the same rights. There's no lines that are drawn. There's no, Jewish Israelis have full rights, and then Jewish or Arab Israelis have rights but are discriminated against, and then Palestinians have no rights.
Freaking chatter, calling me an anarchist.
What?
I don't mind.
I like your explanations. I can follow along. Yeah, let me just say that I know sometimes it might sound as if I am dumbing things down. It's just because I've explained things a lot, and repetition makes it easier to understand things, and then also trying to explain things in simplest terms, I think, is helpful. So I never want people to think I'm speaking to them like they're a child, like they're 5 years old. But that's those are the reasons for why I usually explain things that way. At this point, we need to dumb things down because big terms won't help anyone. Yeah. But anyway, I hope that makes sense, what we're talking about when we refer to a democratic secular state, and how currently that is not what Israel is.
I think they're actually over there. So they're going in the direction where we would go. Do you guys want to move over there? Or yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
And even with Israelis who have illegally settled in Palestinian territories, so what that means is Israelis who have gone into the West Bank, which is recognized and is officially a Palestinian territory, and have violently removed Palestinians, continued the continuation of what has happened to Palestinians for the last 70 some years. Those Israelis who have done that, which is illegal, it is against international law. That's even something that the U.S. is willing to condemn, even though they don't do anything about it. But the U.S. at least will condemn those illegal settlements. But there are so many Israelis who have done that we can't now kick all those people from where they are living. So it's you know, the way to try and create one state for all, where equal rights are had by all, in my opinion, unfortunately means that for Israelis who are illegally settling on Palestinian land, they can't just be removed because there's so many of them. And that would then require to displace them from where they live, even though they live there because they have displaced others. That's why they did all the settlements to make a two-state solution possible. Right. But I also think that Palestinians need the right to return to their homes, the homes that they and their families were kicked from, whether in 1948, you know, in the years since, in 1967.
Just kidding. Really wish I brought a jacket.
But returning, the right to return home doesn't mean then that they'll go to where their old family homes were. There's, you know, Israelis living on that land now. They can't then displace them, so they'll have to just, you know, they'll have to be able to live on that land as well. Reparations, yes.
Moving towards the hall between,
you know, building more homes.
It's the building that they've been using as an entrance. I think it's closed as an entrance. Now it's just like a viewpoint, but apparently they need more bodies over there. So
all right, let's take a little break for a second here. From field reporter Cinemarxism, I wanted to read some of this Vox article, just looking at the anti-war protests now. So what these students are protesting right now on these college campuses and how that stacks up against major student movements in history, just to show you how even though everything seems really intense right now, it is intense, but that's because of how much law enforcement has escalated and made things really tense. But that these protests are significantly less violent, less, they're very mild, like on the students' part, very mild as opposed to protests of the past. Don't know if you've seen this, but something to cheer chat up. Oh, that's maybe a good little break. Literally crying in the club, my office. Hold on. Very happy when we see American students standing with us. And oh yeah, I have another cute video I want to show you guys. So we wanted to thank you in our way, in our very own simple way, and I hope that you will receive it with love. Oh. Thank you, Emery. Thank you, Sciences Po. Thank you, Pal Action. Thank you, Yale. Thank you, UCLA. Thank you, Students for Justice in Palestine. Man, it is. There is some. This is so sweet. so beautiful to see, especially with all of the awful things that we're seeing. But there's also something that fucks me up where these kids in Gaza who are surviving genocide right now are taking the time to make this lovely video and make sure that people protesting so that they stop getting killed know that they're thanked, know that they're appreciated. Like, I don't know, man. It is so sad. It is so sad that Palestinians are used to people not caring, used to people not, like, used to their lives and their deaths not getting any attention as they've been brutalized for decades and nothing has been done about it. And so for them to see this response now as they are enduring genocide and for them to, like, look at that, man. Exactly. They've been seen for decades. This is just an acknowledgement of their existence in humanity. Yeah. They shouldn't have to thank us for doing basic human decency. I know. It's God, shame on us for letting this happen. I don't mean us as in the people in this chat, but shame on the world for not doing something sooner. This was another one that I saw. Like, thanks to students, stand with Gaza, be a human. Do you guys remember the video of the kids? I can't even remember now what horrific incident it was after, but the kids had a press conference. They were like, please care, hi, we're children in Gaza, we just want to live. The children are having to do this. Children should never be aware of their mortality to begin with. It was outside the hospital, so it was after. Man, I mean, that feels like so long ago. So much has happened since then, because after those children made a plea for help to appeal to people's humanity, guess what happened? More of them were fucking killed. But this is really something where I feel as if I've run out of ways. I've run out of ways as one person to try and do my part to get people to care who don't care yet. At this point, I feel like I'm just talking to a group of people who already are on board, who already are right there, and they're like, yeah, I'm there, Caroline, I'm there. But my God, just I'm still gonna keep trying, and this is another way to wake the fuck up. Look at this. This is a child. This is a little human. And not only are they aware of their mortality, because so many of them have died, and they have lived in awful conditions even prior to October 7th, and death is nothing new. When you are a Palestinian, death is not this thing that you learn when you get older. You learn it the moment you're conscious. The moment your brain develops consciousness as a Palestinian, you learn of death, because it is just an inherent part of being Palestinian. And these kids who also are aware that there are people around the world who don't care about their lives, who don't value their lives. This is a child, again, a child who not only is aware of their mortality, who not only is aware of death, very, very aware, but is aware that there are people around the world, decision makers, who do not care about their lives. And so they do what they can to try and appeal to them, to try and tell them, hi, I would really like to live. Please help me do that. Please help me live. And then in here, when they are aware of the students, of the people who are around the world standing up for their right to live, and having the understanding that we need to show our appreciation, we need to show our support of that, so that they know, we know, that they know. Like, look at this tiny child just holding. They probably were like finding kids and going, can you hold this sign so we can make this video? Stand with Gaza. Ditmar's Delinquent, thank you for the tier 1. Krusnik, thank you for the 20 months. It's like, you know how you'll see a video, ooh, child whose mom is diagnosed with cancer has a lemonade sale where he raises $20,000 to go towards her chemotherapy, to go towards her cancer treatment. And it's always painted as a heartwarming story. And then on like the morning show, not the morning show, oh my God, that's the fictional version. On Good Morning America, they're like, and now we're going to bring out little Johnny. Johnny, come on out here, and you're with your mom, right? And the mom has a bandana on because all her hair is falling out because she has cancer. They're like, Johnny, tell us about how you decided to have this lemonade sale and how it just absolutely became this huge thing. Oh, well, my mom got diagnosed with cancer, and cancer treatment is $50,000, and we didn't have the money for it. So I decided I really want to help my mom because my mom has always helped me. So I decided to set up a lemonade stand one day, and a journalist found out and wrote a story on it, and then people came from all over and bought my lemonade. And then we were able to pay for half of mommy's chemo treatment. Wow, Johnny, that's amazing. And Martha, you're Johnny's mom. Are you so proud of your son? Oh, I'm so proud of him. I really wish he didn't have to do that. I wish getting cancer didn't mean that my son had to hopefully get lucky and raise $20,000 from a fucking lemonade sale. But yes, I'm very proud of him. The orphan crushing machine moment. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being a little, I'm being kind of downerish right now, but I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you know what I'm saying, where I'm like, I need the feel good stuff. I do, but there's also a part of me that's like, fuck, man. The reality of the situation where we shouldn't have to be seeing this in the first place. Like, these kids shouldn't have to be doing this. God. Okay. Anyway. And in our next segment, we're going to take a look at some overpriced shit you can buy to get ready for summer's fun in the sun. When we come back to Good Morning America, because America, it's always a good morning. Colin Stans, thank you for the tier 1. There's also a book auction being started for Gaza. It's started by a Palestinian book talker I've followed for years before TikTok. Sweet. We're so excited for y'all to see the items we have on offer. Here's a little more information on how everything's going to work. Could you talk a little bit about the importance of demanding divestments? One talking point I've heard is that it wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't make a dent in any pro-war companies' profits. So let's start by taking a look at what happened in 1985 when students on campuses such as Columbia University protested their university's involvement with South Africa's apartheid government. And the result of that being they actually got Columbia. Columbia was the first major American university, the first Ivy League university to divest from South Africa. They actually got them to do that. And it was to the tune of $100 million. So that's no small change there. It's a lot of money. But more importantly, too, I mean, not more importantly, but equally as important is the message that sends and how that then creates a domino effect. So more universities then started to divest, more company, just more institutions started to divest from South Africa's apartheid. It brought the apartheid to the mainstream American public, who then became aware of what was going on. And it really was a domino effect in leading to South Africa's dissolution of their apartheid government. Everything is a drop in the bucket until you add up all the drops. Yes. And so with this current situation where students are demanding that their universities divest from companies that have ties to Israel, and especially weapons manufacturing companies, like, why are these universities investing in them in the first place? That's a big question that everyone should be asking themselves. So whether it's about Palestine or just in general, universities should not be investing in weapons manufacturing companies. That's insane. But anyway, as far as it not making a dent in these companies' profits or not having an effect on Israel, no, that is certainly not the case. And like Sky said, it's all a drop in the bucket. That was Sky, right? Yeah, everything's a drop in the bucket till you add up all the drops. And it's how when one does it and then another one does it, and then it just keeps going. And that's how, you knock over a card and the tower of cards crumbles. And it's also the message that it sends, where we are no longer supporting Israel because of the actions of Israeli's government that is leading to mass death of Palestinians, the death and destruction of Gaza, and how that is such an important message to send. And I think anyone who's telling you that there's no worth in these students protesting to get their universities to divest from companies supporting Israel is doing so because they don't want that outcome. Not to mention the massive media coverage shining light on the issue because of the wild. Yeah, I think the question was specifically about, is there actually a benefit to be had if these universities divest? And yes, there is. Oh, wait, hold on. I know you deleted this message, but they wrote a fucking paragraph. And I haven't read one out tonight, so I'm going to read it. The social media Samaritan strikes again. Nothing quite like a comfy couch crusade to really make a difference, eh? And what perfect timing! It's like no injustice existed before Twitter gave us the thumbs up. You're really hitting your stride with the performative compassion. So loud, so proud, so public. And hey, while we're at it, let's also take a swing at those who dared to use their family fortune on something as frivolous as education. Keep fighting the good fight with your hashtag sword. Thank you, comrade. Thank you so much. I will keep using my hashtag sword to hashtag fight. Thank you so much for your support. Check out this, the better paragraph. As Palestinians, we feel forgotten by the world for a long time, so any level of awareness from the Western world is golden. To see people give us the grace of recognizing our plight is all we want. Maybe things can change that way. And you were right about death. When I was young, my uncle was killed by IDF in his house in front of his children just for being an outspoken journalist. Yeah, so as far as person number one who sent a paragraph, ooh, good sir, don't care. Don't care what you have to say. Because people like person number two exist. This is their reality. So sorry that you, person number one, don't care and therefore perceive me and all the others in this community to be fake social justice warriors, when the reality is that there are people in this community who are Palestinian, who have directly experienced the brutality of Israel's government. Like these are people who are living this. This is their reality. This is their family's reality. And the rest of us in the community who this is not our day-to-day experience, we support the people whose it is. So hashtag sword. I don't know. You're the only one who's faking anything, and the thing that you're faking is your humanity, buddy. Because the truth is that anybody who ever says, "Oh, nice fake activism you got going on there," you say that because you don't care. Because you don't give a shit. Because you're sitting on the couch or whatever that whole paragraph was about. That's your reality. And so when you look at people who are actually trying to do something, who are actually trying to stand up for other people, whose lives we might not live, but who believe that their lives matter just as much as everyone else's, that breaks your little brain. That breaks your little hashtag brain. Dork ass loser. God, I gotta bring that back. I say that every time and then I forget to bring it back. But also, dork ass loser. Ha ha. Ha ha. Jugger Blob, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, everybody point. Ha ha, dork ass loser. Mm-mm. Okay, what was I looking at? This. Boom, boom, boom. Protests against the war at Gaza have spread to college campuses across the country in the days since students at Columbia University were arrested last week, evoking images of historical student protests that were met with similar backlash. Recent protests have not yet reached the scale of the major student protests of the late 60s against the Vietnam War, also in conjunction with civil rights movement, or the 1980s against South African apartheid. But on campus, they may be the largest student movement so far of the 21st century, said Robert Cohen, a professor of social studies and history at NYU who has studied student activism. In recent decades, there were mass protests against the Iraq War as part of the Occupy Wall Street movement and after the killing of George Floyd, but they were primarily happening off campus. Xmontu, thank you for the 10 months. Just like the protesters who came before them, the students who are now being arrested and in some cases suspended for setting up encampments on their campuses in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza have been demonized by politicians. Huh. Would you look at that? The parallels between the movements, even when the movements differ in what they are protesting, what they are fighting for, fighting against, the way that people outside the movement who disagree with the cause act towards the movement and the people who are a part of it is the same. Because there's only so many tactics to try and dissolve a social justice movement. You know, there's a book that you pull from, and it's like numbered 1 through 10. Here's the things that you do to try and devalue this protest movement. We've talked about a bunch of them. You turn the cause into something else. You blame it on something that everybody should be against this. So, current example, this is about anti-Semitism. This is about hating Jews. And if you are against anti-Semitism, then you're against this. That's one large thing they've been doing. The outside agitator. There's people coming from the outside and they're invading these campuses. They're the ones who are leading these protests, and who's paying them? We're seeing that everywhere. These protesters are violent. That's why we have to bring the cops in, because the protesters are violent. Just like the protesters who came before them, the students who are now being arrested and in some cases suspended for setting up encampments on their campuses in solidarity with Palestinians. And I already read that. Sorry. At Columbia University, some protesters were removed and arrested by police after taking over the same building that anti-war protesters once occupied in 1968. Oh, and you want to know another part of the playbook? 4B10, thank you for the tier 1. Here's another part of the playbook, okay? At present, if you are against the protest, the movement, in 30 years, no, you're not. You always agreed with them. People who cheered on the students who were murdered at Kent State. Truly, the sickening reality of Kent State is that a lot of people in this country thought that it was justified. I bet a lot of those people changed their tune as the overall outlook on what the Kent State protesters were protesting changed. As people went, you know what, actually, Vietnam War, that was fucked. And more of them took that had that mindset. Then those who were initially against the protesters, or let's say neutral, oh, no. Time changed that. And I guarantee you that those who are doing it now will try and do the same thing. Unfortunately, the internet now exists. And the internet never, what, class? The internet never forgets. Classic. Yeah, so the internet never forgets. And there are people out there who are taking notes, okay? Taking notes of all your little tweets. We watching. We out here. Yeah, people who were like, I think Gazans are all rapists, aka Amy Schumer. We clocked you, girl. We got you, girl. This would be a perfect time to segue into the Amy Schumer part of the stream that I want to talk about because of the Variety article. Let me just read a little bit more of this, and then we'll segue over. The vast majority of protesters are peaceful protesters who have been overshadowed by a minority of bad actors. Another thing, too, with the framing of these protests, I know it's really important to be to be framing the protesters as peaceful, but it's also important to keep in mind that what we are protesting against is not peaceful. So this like puritanical, oh my God, these protesters, they got loud. Well, they're protesting against something that is the opposite of peaceful. So, yeah, I think it makes sense to try and do what is necessary to make sure that the not peaceful thing you are protesting against comes to an end. Why is it that the focus is more so on the way that the protests are being conducted and not on the thing that's being protested? Oh my God, these protesters are not peaceful. Oh, have you seen the thing that they're protesting against? What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that, Anderson Cooper? What word would you use to describe what they're protesting against? Caroline, I'm about to go off on Amy Schumer. Oh my God, I'm about to go off so hard on Amy Schumer. Just you wait. Some of the demands of the protesters, some of their demands, including divestiture from firms that support Israel's war and occupation, mirror demands that past protesters made to divest from South Africa's apartheid government. And their discontent has similarly intensified in the face of police crackdowns. But there are key differences as well. Besides their smaller size, the present-day protests have faced swifter suppression than their predecessors dealt with. In perhaps the most extreme example at the University of Texas at Austin, where I was 2 days ago, administrators quickly dispatched police with horses and riot gear absent any signs of violence at a pro-Palestinian protest. Charges were later dropped against all 57 arrested. Yeah, so for those of you who are like, these protesters are, you break the law, you get arrested. These students weren't doing shit. They were sitting on a lawn trying to do study hour. They got beaten down by pigs on horses. I think that the fact that this has happened so quickly is unprecedented, and the call for suppression of speech is much more public. These protests are only getting started, and it's too early to tell just how large they might get before classes let out for the summer. It was wild that the day we were on UT's campus was the last day of classes. So Marina, shout out Marina, girl. Really nice to meet you. Marina, who has shadowing me and helping me with the stream, that was her last day. It was like, what a way to start your last day. She came into college experiencing a pandemic and ended college. I mean, it's not like coronavirus has gone away, but ended college in the midst of a protest where her fellow students were being beaten by police officers. These protests, but the opposition they faced from their inception could make it harder to build the kind of momentum that their predecessors had and to achieve their goals. The other thing to remember, this current protest is it is about Israel's actions and the brutality that they enact on Palestinians, but that goes back 7 decades. This is 7 decades now of fighting against this stuff. So it's a tough opponent, and the U.S. government is fully supporting Israel. And so it's not just taking on the Israeli government, it's taking on the U.S. government as well. But I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I believe we will see a free Palestine in my lifetime and yours. That's the mentality that we have to keep going. We also have people questioning if the tactics of the civil rights movement actually worked. Osita Nwanevu made a sarcastic tweet pointing out the continuity of tactics, and it turned into a threat of him having to educate people about sit-ins and how they were effective. This really could not be more simple. Forcibly occupying private spaces, illiberal coercion, not protest. Imagine dozens or hundreds of people sitting in a business. Oh, I see. Sitting in a business, a department, or drugstore, perhaps, and refusing to leave unless their demands were met. Not to be tolerated. Yeah. Whew. Right over a lot of people's heads. It's the same thing where people were like, wow, blocking the streets? Pfft, what do you think that's going to do? All you're going to do is piss people off. And then in response to that, a lot of people pulled up photos from the civil rights movement. And you're like, yeah, certainly a terrible tactic. Certainly doesn't ever have the intended effect. Mod's working a lot tonight. Thank you. Hold on a sec. Let me see what's going on. Are we good? Mod's working overtime. Are a lot of little buttheads getting timed out here? You know, listen, buttheads. Listen, buttheads. Why are you in here? Why are you in here? Why are you in here if not to try and learn something? Okay. If you're just here to be like, stupid, you're wasting your time because you're not going to change my mind. I'm never going to stop supporting Palestine. I am never going to divest myself from the Palestinian cause. So you're wasting your time. You're getting timed out for your own good because hopefully that gives you a week off to either be like, damn, I'm being a dummy, or you'll go, you know what? That was wasting my time, and I'm going to go do this in someone else's stream. Just kidding. Don't go do it in someone else's stream. Yeah, and since I'm currently derailed, please remember that if you're in here and either you're new or you've been around for a minute, I don't want you to feel scared to ask questions as long as you're genuinely asking questions and you're not I'm just asking questions, so you hate Jews? Huh? That's my question. I never want anyone in here to feel as if they have to know everything. I don't know everything. You know, no one in here knows everything. And please feel as if you can ask questions or ask for clarity, and either I will try to address it, or if I don't see it because my brain can't split itself, and if I'm talking about something and focus on something, it's hard for me to reach out at the same time. But there's a lot of people in here who are super smart and very well informed and can try and help you out or can direct you to resources. People do not seem scared to ask questions. Okay, you guys know I just give the spiel, though. I give the spiel because you never know. There might be one person. Most of the time, obviously, the just asking questions Andes are very annoying and are not doing so charitably or genuinely. Just asking questions has been violated to no end. Yeah, the curious Andes are everywhere. I'm a first-time chatter, but I'm really just trying to get more insight because I support the protests and so angry at seeing the journalists failing us and the leaders failing us. Thank you for being here. Cool beans. Welcome in. Okay, 1 second. All right, back to business. Isn't Vivek Ramaswamy going to end this conflict when Ms. becomes his social media? Yeah, Vivek, day one, Ramaswamy, he is single-handedly going to bring peace to all. Peace to all. Check this message. Hey, just want to say thanks for streaming the protest in Austin. I went from Hassan to yours. This was the first that my dad, which is 75 years old, saw what it looks like in person. He's finally understanding what's really going on beyond what mainstream news is covering. Like, I saw the change in his face. Thank you. Fuck yes. That is... I will speak for Hassan. I will speak for every streamer who is covering this. We got Cinemarxism over here. Actually, we should probably tune back in. That is why we do this. That is why we go to things like, the actual protests and try and show you from the ground, reporting from the ground, because there's a lot of people who don't trust mainstream media, and for good reasons, and need to see, but want to see what's happening, want to know what's actually happening. Okay, let's see what.
The day after, you can still come to this protest, wave the Israeli flag, blow the horn, and nothing is happening. Like, this is a peaceful environment. These protesters are peaceful. This is no threat to anybody.
Support for Palestine is probably one of the most important things, and not only right now, in general, especially when a good amount of the Western world supports only Israel and German. It helps to see this. Yeah.
And it's just one. It's just the one guy.
Here's a split view. Oh. This is handy dandy.
Sorry, Jan, I'm putting my water bottle away. Oh.
Nice. Oasis, thank you for the 3 months. Yours and other streamers' content has been crucial in starting my self-education. See, that's what it's about too. Self-education. I don't want you to just get all your info from me. You shouldn't get all your info from me. Self-education is key. I brought my elderly parents to some moral clarity as a result too. Not an easy task, but good job. Thank you also, Oasis, for that gifted sub. White Grizzly, thank you for the 8 months. 4B10, thank you for the tier 1. Here, how do you hide? Oh, there we go. Gary, thank you for the 20 months. Damn, that hashtag sword bit keeps getting proven wrong over and over again. No, all these people, they're just couch activists. This tweet from Megyn Kelly, oh my god. I hate this bitch, but god damn, it's good on her that I can find more ways to hate her. Attractive, smart people don't join these protests. They have good lives and don't need fake activism to make themselves feel special. It's really weird that Megyn Kelly is so obsessed with people's appearances. She's always talking about women who have had plastic surgery, cough, which makes her a fucking hypocrite. Megyn, I would be very careful to come after people who've had plastic surgery, because look in the mirror, my love. But also, I love how conservatives are just they're out of ways to insult the protesters. So now it's just they're ugly. She's an adult, by the way. She's an adult referring to mostly students as ugly. Caroline, I have a hard time arguing with my conservative friends when they tell me these Antifa break into a cult. Antifa! but get mad when Repubs break into the Capitol. And I honestly have a hard time responding. I feel dumb for not knowing what to say beyond the importance of what one protest is fighting for another. Repubs trying to steal election versus good people trying to stop apartheid and genocide. Okay, so let's start off. One group occupied a building on a college campus, Hamilton Hall, okay, on a campus that they attend school at. Another group infiltrated the literal Capitol. So off the bat, we're not talking about the same building. And the group that occupied that infiltrated the Capitol did so with violent intentions, any means necessary, to overthrow the election. And in doing so, cause harm, such as hanging Mike Pence, to those who refused to overthrow the election. So the thing is that if your friends just refuse to see how those situations are in any way different, I don't know if there's a way for you to explain it to them, to have them be like, oh, you know what? I understand now. Because if off the bat you look at the insurrection of the Capitol and compare it to the students occupying Hamilton Hall, then your brain is mushy. Your brain is filled with worms. But that being said, I don't look. I'm a Twitch streamer who does this every single day, and and always stress that it's important to try. So, chatter, it's still important to try. I'm trying to think of how else I could say this to you. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it matters. I do think that the cause matters, and the cause being against a genocide versus wanting to overturn the results of an election. They're very different. The difference is stark. Ask them what timetable would they put on their freedom. Would they be okay saying the same thing in the 1850s? If occupying lawn at campus is wrong, wait till you hear about the 76-year-old occupation of an entire nation and genociding it. Yeah, right? Oh, now there's a problem with occupation. Oh, so you admit there's a problem with occupation. Oh, pigs are coming. Here they come. I'm gonna grab some more water. Another on the ground streamer. How do I add this into how do I do this thing? Replace the bottom right one. Click the menu. Here. And then add the link. Okay. Okay. Nice. Wait, you guys, this is so handy.
For real. It's the Pee-wee crew. Your whole fucking life.
See where it is? Okay, yeah, let me make...
Your whole fucking life. Your whole fucking life. Shame.
move myself up
You
here.
realize that nobody's fucking documenting this? They took all the fucking media, and the only people on the ground are literally us.
Your whole fucking life.
Literally fucking us. Students. No fucking media's here, bro.
Oink, oink, piggy, piggy.
Capri has anxiety. I don't. We're gonna be safe. I swear to God, I'm gonna be fine. We're gonna be okay. I'm not gonna fucking fight anybody.
200 assaults yesterday. Look at me, 200 assaults. Where the fuck were you? 200 assaults yesterday. Look at me, 200 assaults. Where the fuck were you? Not funny. That's what it is. Where were you? Not funny. That's what it is.
Bro, they can't take my hijab off. I didn't fucking wash my hair.
It's not funny.
Why? Why should we? Why? Why should we? Quit your job. You don't even know where the fuck you're going. Fuck you, pigs.
It's not sniffling. You're not supposed to wash your hair every day.
Fuck you're going. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Shame on you.
I just remembered I was in Texas today.
They're running after us.
Just came back from the Yale protest. A lot of friends got arrested. Yeah, there's a lot of arrests happening. A lot of the coverage has been on Columbia, or focused on Columbia, and then a lot was on UCLA because of last night. But it's happening on many campuses. FYI, you have 2 tabs of audio open. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Shame. 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 Seeds, thank you for the 8 months. There's still a second tab with audio? Where's that coming from? Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's what happens when I have so many tabs.
Your whole life will amount to shame. Your
Shame.
whole life will amount to shame. You'll be ashamed for the rest of your fucking lives. On your deathbeds, you will be ashamed of yourselves.
It should never have been at this point. Or it should never have gotten to this point. If you show the big screen at UCLA, they're showing clips from 10/7 that are TOS. Okay. Has Newsom said anything about this? I'm sure.
Is this your guys' plan?
Let me look it up.
Is this your plan? You're just going to get turned away by the protesters everywhere you go? Do you have a plan?
Newsom
have a plan?
Newsom
Is
and
that
state
fair?
leaders stay mum about pro-Palestinian protest at UCLA. Okay, so not seeing anything. Gavin seems to be taking the political tactic of mum's the word, which is better than like what Eric Adams is doing, certainly. His office has yet to release a statement on the protests. When he was asked about the campus unrest during a news conference on a different topic, he said he and other officials were working with the UC trustees. Quote, "We want to maintain the right to protest without any hate." So just kind of a generic statement. If I were a Democratic Party politician, I'd want to stay as far away from this as possible, says Jack Pitney, a political science professor. If they support the students, there could be a demonstration with anti-Semitic references. If they support a removal of them from campus, it could result in over-policing and be a very bad image. Not that Democrats historically care about giving off the vibes that they love to over-police. Let's not forget, even though Ronald Reagan was not a Democrat, he was the governor of California, and decades ago, in the 60s, sent the National Guard in to UC Berkeley when protests were happening there. So at least Gavin's not doing that. I'm going to remove this one. Yeah. Thanks for coming to Austin and sharing what actually happened. I was maced and flashbanged, and I'll do it over and over until Palestine is free. Yeah, that was an intense day. I was saying earlier, I really appreciate that Milena was there with me, even though she thinks she didn't do anything. I'm like, that was important. That was important having you there. Yeah, I hope you're well. Chatter, Astro Indy.
Quit your jobs! Quit your jobs!
You're doing a brave thing, a good thing.
Bye bye! Bye bye!
Try and make your monitor capture smaller to the left. What's a monitor capture? This?
Run, run, run!
Look, this is not the Hasanabi stream. This is the Quantaraj stream.
Oh, for real though, where were you yesterday though?
Where I don't know how to do anything.
Sitting in our cars collecting overtime.
But it works. Good enough.
Shame!
Or I'll just put myself back in the middle here.
Yeah, the same place we just were.
Like I'm hosting a panel.
You're fucking accomplishing a lot, bro.
And my next guests are the fascist pigs.
How do you feel that your department's going to take all of the funding?
Whose life mission is to beat up college kids.
Fucking gang members. Fucking gang members.
Are the cops surveying the encampment?
Yeah, you've really accomplished a lot here. This is cool.
Well,
Go back to your cars, bro. Go back to the car, bro. Go back to your cars, bro.
it's hard to.
Why the fucking do this? Why are you here? Hey, free! Why are you here?
It's hard to say what their intentions are because right now they seem to just be swarming the protesters in a form of intimidation. Not quite sure what the next steps here are going to be. I think that's the reason why these live streams are capturing this all to document what happens moment to moment. Yeah, I mean, ultimately the intention is to stop these protests from happening. no. I hope it's a short F. All right, hold on. I'm gonna... Wait, is it me who F? No. No, we're good. Try putting in an empty fourth panel. I can't. I'm clicking on it. It won't let me do it unless I put in... Oh, wait. Oh! There. Hold on. And then let me close. Wow. Look at that. Can I just... I feel inclined to say this. Obviously, being a part of these protests is important. You know, having bodies out there
fucking press
as part of these protests is vital. The more support, the better. But please, if you look at this and go, oh my God, this is so exciting, I gotta get over there. I understand that feeling of I need to be a part of something, but do not go to one of these with the intention to physically fight, okay? As a reminder, these protests are focusing on what's happening in Gaza, focusing on, the demands of these students, which is why they are protesting. Fighting, like, people who go there with a, oh, hell yeah, let's fuck shit up mentality are not exercising the tenets of the cause in the way that they should be. It isn't a game. It's not this fun thing. So I understand the anger and, of course, fuck the cops, whatever, but don't go to one of these with the intention to start fighting police officers. Do you know what I mean by that? Be smart, listen to the organizers, stand there in solidarity, don't start shit. Yeah, don't start shit with anybody. Good night, Mr. Sonic Jen. It's time to escalate, but in the form of resistance, fighting... Right, I mean, don't go over there as an individual. Be a part of the entire protest. Don't have your own individual
y'all are gonna leave with nothing.
Like plans.
With nothing tonight.
Oh, there's a fucking bug flying around. Yeah, there are organizers at something like UCLA's protest, and those are the people to be deferring to. Don't seek adrenaline, seek justice. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, not having an individual agenda. That fell. Thank you for the tier 1.
It's blood money that you're feeding your family. It's blood money.
All right, I'm going to watch this for like another minute or two, and then I want to take a look at that Amy Schumer article, but we'll keep an eye on this.
How do you guys feel about kids getting died in cancer, getting bombed in cancer, bro? You guys go look for your family. Our family has cancer.
These Zionists have got to go.
Here, bro.
Free
Free Palestine!
Okay, so here's the stated reason for why the LAPD is now there. They've been requested by the UCLA, due to multiple acts of violence within the large encampment on campus. So this is referring to what happened last night when the gang of Zionists, who many of whom were not students, and if you look at them, they certainly don't look like they're of college age. They came to campus, they threw fireworks, they maced. Get the fuck off me. They threw fireworks, they maced, pepper sprayed, tore down the barriers, beat protesters. I didn't read this article yet, but 4 UCLA student journalists were attacked as well. One of them went to the hospital. So they went there with the intention to enact violence on the group of protesters. So now the LAPD is there, responding to UCLA PD and other law enforcement agencies to restore order and maintain public safety. So that's the reason why the reason that the LAPD has given.
I shut the fuck up. You'll notice.
Restoring order is such a joke, I know. The UCLA PD stood back and watched it happen. Yeah, they did. They said, we were being attacked, so we had to get out of there. Have you seen the clip where the LA Times changed the title of their article on the attacks live to make it more ambiguous? Yes, we watched that. Edgy Sheep, thank you for the tier 1, and Lil Titty Milk, thank you for the tier 1. How long do you think this stuff will take? I mean, Israel is still committing genocide with impunity. So I have no answer. None of, these universities are not acquiescing to the students' demands, so it's hard to say.
They don't know what to do. They don't have any fucking plan. Everywhere they try to get into the encampment, it's blocked by
Do you have resources for
students.
German orgs to protest? Because I can't, for the love of God, find anything in my area. I don't. Maybe somebody in chat. There are smaller protests even at community colleges. There are protests on every single continent. Even Antarctica. Brett is wild. He's probably masked up, but I'm certain they will be putting him on some type of list. But he's also been doing this for a long time. Cops are not required by law to protect you. Yeah, just remember always, cops protect property, they don't protect people. They legally are not required to protect people. This weekend is the anniversary of the Kent State National Guard debacle where they murdered 4 students. May 4th, 1970, when Kent State killed 4 students, 3 of whom were Jewish, and wounded 9 unarmed college students.
They're all pointing over here. I think they're going right. I think they're going to come out and come this way. Yeah.
So I think Brett was saying that these cops are being blocked from getting into the encampment. Because I think UCLA sent out a notice. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah. On Tuesday, the university issued a warning to the demonstrators. The established encampment is unlawful and violates university policy. Law enforcement is prepared to arrest individuals in accordance with applicable law. UCLA, this is from 2 hours ago, UCLA declares unlawful assembly. Authorities poised to clear pro-Palestinian camp. So as far as the cops being there to restore order and make sure there's no further violence, the move comes after UCLA Chancellor Gene Block, that's a fake name, announced Tuesday the university's intentions. The University of California has generally taken a lighter touch in handling protests than USC. I wonder if that's because of the difference in neighborhoods that those universities are situated in. In handling protests than USC, Columbia, and other campuses that have called in police who have arrested hundreds of students. University of California President Michael Drake said he fully supported UCLA's action. UC must be as flexible as it can in matters of free speech, he said, but must act in cases in which student learning and expression are blocked, university functions disrupted, and safety threatened. So, oh boy. Okay, so they're trying to clear him out. Yeah, as a reminder, when we were there last week, the students were not disrupting anyone. They were peaceful.
They split us up. They split the group into two.
They were not, there was no safety that was threatened until agitators showed up.
They split the group into two.
Slave catcher! Whew.
Can you run down and make sure they're not closing us off back here?
Okay, so specifically the cops are going to use a multi-pronged strategy. There are 3 different departments present. Yeah, that's what happened
There's an exit over here also, Chet.
Per CNN, joint operation between 3 law enforcement agencies. This is what happened at Austin. LAPD will secure the perimeter. CHP will enter the encampment. LASD will be responsible for crowd control. Yup. Tax dollars hard at work. Where was this response for Jan 6? Yeah, again, another large gathering that there had been intel on leading up to the date that they all got together, just like with Unite the Right. There were months leading up to the Unite the Right rally, and yet when the day came, and when Nazis marched down the streets of Charlottesville, armed with AR-15s, ready to kick the shit out of people protesting their presence, and then eventually actually murdering a protester, Heather Heyer, where were the police? Oh yeah, the cops just happened to take the day off. Yeah, why were the Capitol Police so overwhelmed on the day of the insurrection? Or Uvalde, the door was never even locked. Oh, they got the batons out.
They're escalating immediately. They're getting more and more fucking aggressive.
Hey, what game are you in? Look at that fucking bag. Just give me your shit. You a shit without that fucking bag, you know that? Lavender, how does it feel to be cool? I'm racially ambiguous and I'm more You know you don't want to be here? You know you don't want to be here? Then jump in.
You should switch the AP video to Fox 11. Can you? I think someone sent me a link, but the chat passed if I could find it. Can someone resend me that link?
What a shame. What a shame on all our What happened to the amendments? What a shame on all our ancestors. What a shame, you fucking clown! What a goddamn shame! All our ancestors would be afraid! We're on the wrong side of history! Wake up!
What a shame on all our ancestors. Okay, let me go back here. I'm gonna switch out. I don't really know where Capri and Frogan are. I'm gonna remove that one for now. Looks like... Okay. And then I'm gonna move this. Brett's stream is effing. Shoot. Okay, here's the aerial footage. Let me make this a little bit.
Fucking fuck.
Scumbag. Yep, scumbag.
Are they saying don't get kettled?
Yeah, I think the guy said that.
Wait, did the news cut their feed? No. Wait, do you mean Cinemarxisms? No, that's just... I think that's just his stream effing. Oh, wait, are you saying did the news cut the news's stream?
Free Palestine!
Okay, so on the bottom right, that is... Let me get that out of the way. That is the aerial footage. You can see... you can see... I think that's the LAPD. Let me go back to see who all is there. LAPD is securing the perimeter. CHP enters the encampment. LASD will be responsible for crowd control. Yeah, so I think that's the LAPD that we're seeing in the aerial footage. That aerial footage was a while ago. No, this is live. Yeah, that's... I'm trying to tell where they're walking, to. Look at that fucking dork.
The occupation has got to go! Hey, hey! The occupation has got to go! Hey, the occupation has got to go! Hey, the occupation has got to go! The occupation has got to go! They're not scared! They're not scared! They're not scared!
Lots of respect for the coverage. Want to check out the UT protest, but I still have 10 pages of essay to finish. Oof. Godspeed. Go finish that essay. Yeah, Brett's Brett's stream is effing a lot now. Oh shit. Oh boy. Yeah, that feels... Cell towers are being overloaded, most likely. Could be jamming. Okay, it's back. Let's see where they're going. They are... This one also? Okay. What is that sound? Is that a horn? Whose lights are those? I don't know. I
What was their plan?
I didn't know you had a mustache. This is like grooming. I was like, who the fuck is that? I don't know. I mean, they keep like marching back and forth. I guess now they're inside. Did they all just go inside? I wasn't paying attention. I was talking.
I just don't like. They already went there, saw the students sitting there, decided not to brutalize them. What do they think was going to be different the second time they went back to that same spot?
I know. I feel like they're just like the blind leading the blind.
Are they trying to get to another side of the camp by going through that building?
I think they've tried probably throughout the day to get through the doors leading into the encampment and realized that
they're cutting through,
and there's nothing they can fucking do.
And they can't get through. Now I think they're.
So now they're
okay, so
trying.
there's
like,
the encampment. You can see in that aerial footage right there.
Barricade in the front.
Yeah. So do you think that's why they were trying to go through those walls of students sitting there?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Right. They thought that they would be scared and they would all move around and leave. And that's not what happened. So.
I think.
Quiet line.
I think that's CHP right there.
You see all that?
Yeah, we were like running with them the whole time.
In the, I think those are beige uniforms, so that would be CHP.
Oh, hey, there you are. Rebecca and
they are
if you, in the aerial footage.
Oh, they left?
They were behind, but I think they got separated in the scuffle and everything and started moving back this way. So that's what the maps just told
What
me.
the fuck? That's so far away.
It doesn't seem like it's accurate.
There's no way that's... Yeah.
Where's the aerial footage from? The one on the bottom is CNBC. The one on the top is Times Network.
Gotta love my fucking phone, or my my Streamlabs app fucking crashing in the middle of that. That was really cool. Yeah.
I don't think this or...
Yeah, I think I just also like a bunch of people joined.
They
and, like,
both say live.
The chat's just like rolling. I think literally you guys fucking breaks my phone.
Burning my laptop. Could you guys stop spamming?
Stop spamming,
Could
please.
you guys stop spamming? You're burning my lap.
This is a Cinemarxism stream on the top there.
Oh, they're right. Oh, never mind. They're right here.
I need water.
Oh, I got you.
Do you have some?
Yes. I got
You can add more links if you want. The views just get smaller.
So those cops started not from inside.
Yeah,
the
I
building,
gotcha.
Actually, they started.
Aerial
from, like,
top
back
is hours
at
behind.
It's
not Fox 11 is
east
giving
part,
live
I believe,
overhead
of
link
campus,
here.
Yeah, good to meet you too, man. Jump in the chat sometime.
Yeah,
So
I
they
was
started
like,
from
this
the
looks like
east
it's
part
at
of campus,
dusk, but
came in
it
here.
said, oh,
Did this whole like
I'm gonna
ring
remove-
around the Rosie, trying to
I'm
get
gonna
into
remove
the
that one.
encampment
Hold
clearly,
on.
but failing every single time.
I think it's this one.
I honestly, I mean, strategically, I think they've got it pretty fucking locked down.
Oh yes, the way that they immediately.
Okay,
dropped
that
down like
one's
was like
live.
a prime moment and they
Yeah, like
immediately
them
turned
all.
around.
What? Okay, so there's like all of the cameras, and then there's like you're in such a tight space and you're surrounded by hostile people
Yeah,
on all
we
sides.
have them pedaled on
Yeah,
all sides,
literally,
every entrance.
literally. So like
So as long as we keep following them, and
they're not
going
going
to
to take that risk to their own safety. Like, not saying anything would happen, chat, but they have to think about it that way, right? It's a peaceful protest.
Was that Taylor Lorenz?
Can you hold
Where?
this for a second?
She was there earlier. Might still be. She's writing something on people streaming protests.
Auntie Tofu's got you, chat. Free Palestine. They're in there right now.
No fucking news cameras around, that's for sure.
They're in there right now. I can hold on to it too if you don't have a place
Oh,
to
I
put
can
it.
put it in my pocket.
I'm gonna try to get a hold of it.
I don't know what they're going to be able to do, to be honest.
I don't know either. They've got it pretty locked down unless they're willing to just push through it.
Yeah, no, they have to brutalize the people in the front.
Just had to check on Farley
No, they'll do it.
since he's still recovering from having been abandoned for 2 days.
Also, man, can these people put masks on? Brother.
He's snoozing.
Put a fucking mask
He
on,
seems
you
peaceful
dumbass.
again.
I want to film you.
Here, I'll show you guys this picture again because I showed it
come back.
earlier. Farley's kind of weird when he stays somewhere else, and then when he comes back home, it's like he doesn't know. I think he thinks he's going to be abandoned again, so he'll do weird things like this. Like he went outside in our backyard, I couldn't find him, and he was hiding in this pile of weeds. Just hiding here. He wouldn't leave. I think he was like, Mother's going to leave me again, so this is where I live now. Okay, sorry. They're barricading. Okay, let me focus. Who's the streamer? Cinemoxism. So the students are pushing a dumpster. They have various items that they're going to be using to barricade. Okay, let me move myself real quick so I can show you guys here on...
There's smoke in front,
Okay, do you see in the bottom left? That is the encampment right there. Do we know where that smoke is coming from? I didn't hear him say.
Do you know what that smoke is over there?
I don't know what it is.
How do you manage to keep decent mental headspace with all the stuff going on in the world? I hope these protesters stay safe. Taking breaks. Also focus on the solidarity because there's power in that.
Oh, no. It's not tear gas, guys, no. It's a fire extinguisher.
What is that noise? I'm hearing voices.
It's a fire extinguisher. It's just a fire extinguisher.
I have... Okay. Let me... Where is this other link coming from? Where is that coming from? Oh, here we are. Okay. Oh, my God. I'm sorry, you guys. I've never used the multi-stream before. Okay, fire extinguishers, the smoke. It's like, there's so many.
Viva, viva Palestina!
I don't know if you guys saw that UCLA has canceled classes in the wake of last night's violence. UCLA canceled classes for the day, pushed back midterms.
We're not leaving!
Do you think our voices will be heard? Me personally, I hope so. Oh, they're certainly being heard. They're being heard all the way over in Israel and Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu said that these protesters are anti-Semitic. The children of Gaza made various videos thanking the protesters for caring about them. Did you see the chancellor dude sit down and talk to them earlier? Yes, I did. That was an example of we're listening, but we're not listening. That was basically just optics to show as if the university is paying attention to these students, humoring them. Yeah. K Chewy, thank you for the 7 months, and Taco Dam, thank you for the 2. Hellhammer, thank you for the 2 months. Summarized in a meme. Yeah. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. What exactly do the protesters want? What's the end goal? Well, they have...
I can't believe how bad...
They have multiple demands. And then depending on which campus we're talking about, some of those demands include the presidents of the universities stepping down because of the way they have handled the protests and bringing in law enforcement to crack down on these students. But overall, the demands include a ceasefire in Gaza, a halt of U.S. military aid to Israel, the ending of universities investing their endowment money in companies with ties to Israel and in weapons manufacturing companies. Also, the right for these students to protest and not face consequences. The unsuspending of students who have been suspended. The unsuspending of student groups that have been suspended. So when I was at Austin a couple days ago, I talked to this guy who was a member of the Palestinian Solidarity Committee, and he told me that the PSC had informed UT that they were planning a peaceful sit-in, and they gave the itinerary of things that they were going to be doing.
Shut the fuck up about the dumpsters. I'm not trying to tell organizers.
Which was basically like just studying, and they hadn't planned any type of encampment. And when they attempted to do the protest that they had planned, they were immediately met with brutal police violence, and then the PSC was actually suspended from campus pending investigation. And when I asked the PSC organizer why, what was the reason, he said there was no reason given. Just, we're investigating you. So for the time being, you're suspended. Cinemarxism just chirping. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I hope that answered your question. But yes, the thing that you're hearing over and over and a lot of the chants is about divesting funds. So these colleges have endowments to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, and they, using that endowment money, invest in companies like Lockheed Martin, for instance, and students are demanding that their universities divest that money from companies like that. The backseat protesting in Capri Sun Poppy stream is insane. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so annoying. What are we doing? So protesting y'all's last actual right to fight back power, by the way, now also no longer allowed. I really hope Mercas grow a spine soon and fight back collectively, or all of us are fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked unless we keep protesting. Cinemarxism has been live for like 12 hours. He must have so many batteries on him. It's not even really asking that much. They can reinvest in other companies that are not problematic but still make them money. Yeah, the students aren't saying that their universities can't use any endowment money to invest, but it raises the point. Why, in the first place, are these universities investing in companies like weapon manufacturing companies? And why are they not taking some of that multi-billion-dollar endowment and putting it back, towards this, helping the students out? And if they're going to be investing that money, then don't invest it in companies that are in contrast to the stated principles and ideals of these universities. When I was at UCLA, all the money went to construction, but never for teachers and classrooms. But yeah, then they would just keep bumping tuition up. We're like, we gotta. I remember, oh God, I never remember the statistic, but I remember when I was at school and the number of presidents of universities who made $1 million or more was, you could count on like one or two hands. And how much that number blew up, where way more college presidents are making over $1 million now, is astounding. Let me look up and see how many. Hey, ho, ho. Okay, let's see what. I mean, here's just a list of college presidents who make over $1 million. This was from 2015. The 20 highest paid private college presidents each earned more than $1 million in 2013. Students who attended these schools earned anywhere between $37,500 and $81,100 on average 10 years after leaving school.
I think it is something fishy, actually, with the bit rate.
They might be jamming the cell signal.
2 hours ago or
Excel Macro found this article. Let me see.
I think there's less, but there's only one explanation to why my bit rate has fallen 20%.
Few institutions are heavily invested in Russian assets, but college officials say divestment is one symbolic step that institutions can take to protest Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Arizona Board of Regents announced Monday it would exit all investments in Russian assets, adding the three university system to a small but growing list of institutions that have severed economic ties with Russia as the country continues its invasion of Ukraine. The other nearby signals seem to be going fine, though. Yeah, is it just the Twitch streams that are having internet issues? I don't think that they're jamming either. I just mentioned that as like it's a thing that does happen. I don't think they're jamming the cell signal. I think it's just Twitch streaming and being around a lot of people like that. Like when I was with when Hassan and I were at UCLA, his stream effed.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
A lot of these investments also go against colleges being pro-climate. Right, like investments to Exxon. Exactly. Yeah, so causes being linked with reasons to divest from these companies. What happens when the protesters get tired? They trade off. So, like yesterday, I don't think things calmed down until about 5 in the morning. So I'm sure a lot of, obviously the students who were there was so much insane activity happening. Nobody's sleeping. So you work in shifts. But last night, anyone who was in the encampment was certainly up, because how the fuck are you going to sleep when there's fireworks being thrown into your camp? The adrenaline's really high, yeah. So they probably rest during the day when it is calmer. A lot of the crazy shit at UCLA specifically has been happening at night. They gather their rage for energy. Yeah, it's a good way to keep yourself awake. Just be enraged. This is why they form an encampment, so they can't use... Yeah, so forming the encampment is the way to protest 24/7, and you always have a presence. You always have a protest going, and, when you sleep when you sleep. But yeah, that's why having more people as part of these protests is helpful. More bodies, fresh energy. Oh my God! You can tell how you can hear how tired they are in their voices, but they're still going. That's how I start my day. A nice cup of rage. Okay. I'm probably going to streams are crashing, yeah. I'm probably gonna switch over and just look at something else, and then I'm gonna keep monitoring this over here. Yeah, because I want to cover this Amy Schumer thing. Y'all know how I am. I'm pop culture queen, especially when pop culture intersects with politics. And I've been covering... Oh, sorry, this is such a... Look at me in the middle here. I'm just going to keep myself here. Hee hee. Hi. Especially pop culture intersecting with politics as it relates to Israel and Palestine because of how things have been going in Hollywood with the few celebrities who have been very public in their support for Palestine facing serious repercussions, and the many more celebrities who have been vocally Zionist and incredibly racist have not faced any repercussions, and instead get things like nice, comfy articles in the LA Times per Sarah Silverman when she got her nice little LA Times spread. And now we have Amy Schumer here. Fit to screen, let me put that in. So Amy Schumer can't escape backlash. She's okay with that. Rebecca Rubin, who are you? Let me look you up real quick. Rebecca Rubin, I wonder what else you've written. Rebecca Rubin, writer. Let's see. Rebecca Rubin's profile. Okay, so seems as if she reports on. I saw a lot of reporting on box office numbers and a puff piece on Amy Schumer. Makes sense. Somebody who writes a lot about box office numbers, who then is like, yeah, I'm going to write a piece on Amy Schumer. I'm the right person to be doing this. Cover her face with yours, please. Trigger warning. What's up? All right, let me just have the stream pulled up. Amy Schumer was in the zone. This was in March when she was filming on the street in Brooklyn for her upcoming movie, Kinda Pregnant, a comedy about a woman who pretends to be knocked up for attention. In one take, Schumer emerged from a subway station while answering a phone call and was interrupted by a stranger shouting at her from the sidewalk. Fuck you, Amy Schumer. You're a Zionist. You love genocide. Did that stranger lie? Were any lies told? Disruptions of the four-letter variety aren't unusual in a raucous place like New York, though they're usually less pointed. Schumer didn't break character, refusing to stop working as the woman carried on. The actress finished the scene, finally packed up her stuff, and went home to her husband and their 4-year-old son. Amy's a giga chad. Cadenza, thank you for the 7 months. Lucas Mucus, thank you for 13. It didn't even raise my heart rate, Schumer says over brunch at a cozy Brooklyn Heights tavern a couple days later. I didn't cry. Nothing. Dressed in a zip-up hoodie, her blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun, Schumer is not recounting the story for sympathy. She's used to pissing people off. Still, the 42-year-old train wreck star doesn't want to make people mad all the time, but it sure happens a lot when she's doing press, hosting the Oscars, sharing anything and everything on social media. Look, guys, the world just hates women. When you're a woman, the world is just out to get you. This is about sexism. I can't help it. A lot of people can help it, but I've never been able to. She says of her tendency to sound off, knowing it'll trigger people. Yeah, that's what this is about. This is about Amy Schumer not quieting herself just because she's a woman in a patriarchal society. Amy Schumer doesn't care what you think about her. But I also want to be helpful. Do you know what I mean? In this instance, she means the current discourse on the Middle East feels one-sided to her, and she'd like to change that. The focus is so razor sharp on Jewish people, but not on Hamas. Do people who say things like this, people like Amy Schumer, do they really believe this? Or is it that if every single word is not, phrase is not, do you condemn Hamas, do you not condemn Hamas? And if there's, God forbid, anything else in there, where it's like, oh yeah, hey, 30,000, 35,000, 40,000 dead Palestinians. Oh my God, you guys don't care about Hamas. I don't know. I really wonder because here's the thing. People like Amy Schumer, I know they're getting their information from Times of Israel, from Jerusalem Post, from other news outlets that are heavily, heavily, heavily Zionist and are very, clearly intended to protect Zionism. And all they do is talk about Hamas. And then also, though, if you go to mainstream media here in the United States of America, all they do is talk about Hamas. We watched the clip earlier of Dana Bash on CNN, and she literally was still bringing up October 7th. What are we doing? You're still asked to condemn Hamas if you go on MSM. You got to make sure to condemn Hamas. So, like, what in the fuck? Who isn't talking about Hamas? I don't get it. And because what it is like protesters who aren't talking about Hamas, and that's because they are talking about what Israel is currently doing to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. People like Amy Schumer look at that and go, you just need to be talking about Hamas. This all has to be about Hamas. Nothing to do with Israel. All to do with Hamas. Same logic as being a terrorist if you don't mention 9/11 next to Islam. Yeah. So it's very strange. So I'd recommend people read a book. Oh, great. Let's see what she recommends. Israel, A Simple Guide to the Most Misunderstood Country on Earth by Noah Tishby. Oh, okay. Noah Tishby, also a psychotic Zionist. Sure. The most misunderstood country on earth. Oh my God, the victimization. Or anything. Jewish people wrote everything down. None of this has stopped Schumer from getting jobs. Okay, I'm sorry. This line right here. None of this has stopped Schumer from getting jobs. This is supposed to be a Amy Schumer is bold and brave and speaks her mind even when it pisses people off, but this doesn't stop her from getting work. I think this is supposed to be a like, hell yeah, Amy Schumer. But yeah, it's actually pointing out, ironically, even though she says that this is one-sided, it's pointing out how you can be on the side of Zionism and still work and still get jobs. That is the double standard here. Amy was prolific during the pandemic, creating 2 shows, Food Network's Amy Schumer Learns to Cook, and Expecting Amy, a 3-part documentary about her nauseating pregnancy, and also churning out new episodes of her comedy series, Inside Amy Schumer. More recently, she debuted the 2nd season of her Hulu comedy, Life and Beth, taped a stand-up special, and appeared on Only Murders in the Building. Busy girl. She's got 2 Netflix movies in the can. Jerry Seinfeld's Unfrosted. Oh, isn't that funny? Because Jerry Seinfeld was also on my list of people to talk about today. Jerry Seinfeld's Unfrosted and Kind of Pregnant, which marks her first starring film role since 2018's I Feel Pretty. I'm striving for it to be one of the 10 funniest movies of my lifetime, she says with unbridled confidence about the Adam Sandler produced Kind of Pregnant, which she helped write. I think it's going to be as funny as Trainwreck. In that raunchy box office hit from 2015, Schumer developed a character not unlike your risque, hot mess of a best friend. But the actress, who in real life is more soft-spoken than her crass stage persona, has a serious side. With it, she wades into all kinds of hot-button topics, from a woman's right to choose, to gun control, to sexism in Hollywood. It's made her one of America's most divisive celebrities. Oh, I love when racism gets chalked up as you're just divisive. You're just edgy. What is this? Like 2008 4chan all over again? Racism is just edgy humor. I'm gonna remind those of you who don't remember in a second a couple examples of what I'm referring to. Take the topic of the Israel-Hamas war. Since the October 7th attacks, Schumer has been scrutinized for her social media posts, which some feel conflate Palestinians with Hamas. She was also criticized for sharing a video of Martin Luther King Jr. condemning anti-Semitism and saying Israel has the right to exist. Bernice King, the activist's daughter, responded to Schumer's post by saying that while she and her father were against anti-Semitism, she was certain he would call for Israel's bombing of Palestinians to cease, for hostages to be released, and for us to work for true peace, which includes justice. Okay, let's see if any of the other examples are included here. It's gotten to this place, Schumer says, where you can't speak up for other Jews without people feeling like it's a slight to the conditions in Gaza. All right, so let's be a little more specific here of things that Amy Schumer was sharing on social media. Remember this post when people were calling for a ceasefire and Amy posted, yeah, totally ceasefire. Mind if we get the babies back? Can y'all give that a shout too? And also not try to kill all the Jews again? Thanks. Have the best Friday. This graphic front and center. Gazans rape Jewish girls only in self-defense. Very nice. Amy Schumer is a racist propagandist. And many examples like that she shared where she was manufacturing consent. She was using vile propaganda to manufacture consent for mass Palestinian death. And then remember when she got into it with a black person on Instagram? Came into the DMs of this black woman and tried to lecture her about what it's like to feel unsafe. This was Amy telling a black person what it's like to not feel safe in this world. Yeah, remember this? People all over the world are in the streets yelling for the murder of my people. You are not educated about the history of the Jewish people and of the conflict. Thanks for expressing what you are upset about. I'd like to express that I think you are anti-Semitic. Do you have any Jewish friends? If you do, they are all scared right now. Frightened for their children, for their lives. Is there a good Wendy clip for that? Also, that story about that person thinking you were so young, that's so funny. You must have been so annoyed though you look so young. What a cool video to post while I'm hoping someone doesn't slit my son's throat at school like they've been threatening to do and posting pictures of my house. But I deserve that, right? One day when you realize how you acted in this moment, I will accept your apology. All the best. And when you use this exchange to try and raise your profile and get shine, you are showing yourself. And then, sorry, these are... not all the messages are here, but very curious to hear how you know that I'm not educated about the history of the conflict. How do you know that? You literally just followed me. You don't know who I am. How is it anti-Semitic to call you out for all the racist things you've said since 2015? Anyway, that exchange goes on, but just wanted to remind you of that one. There was also this really great post. Remember when she shared this? First, they came for LGBTQ, and I stood up because love is love. Then they came for immigrants, and I stood up because families belong together. Then they came for the black community, and I stood up because Black Lives Matter. Then they came for me, but I stood alone because I'm a Jew. Yeah, that was crazy. That was absolutely insane. But she is not the only Zionist in Hollywood who either insinuated or point blank blamed LGBTQ people and black people for their lack of supporting Jews during this trying time. Yet you stood alone because you, Amy Schumer, are an awful person. You are insufferable. Yeah. Yeah, I posted a black square for you, and now you won't support me as I support genocide? What's up with that? It's gotten to this place, Schumer says, where you can't speak up for other Jews without people feeling like it's a slight to the conditions in Gaza. Oh, this victimization, man. She's referring to the 32,000 plus Gazans killed since the October 7th massacre and the million on the verge of starvation. In fact, she wants people to know that her public activism doesn't mean that she supports the Israeli government. Okay, y'all, look. Neg Ghostwriter, thank you so much thank you for the raid. This is what we're seeing now, okay? This is what we are seeing from liberal Zionists like Amy Schumer, where they are going to now spin this into, wait, you think I support Netanyahu? No, Netanyahu's awful. I don't support Netanyahu. I support Israel, but I don't support Netanyahu. It's the way for liberals in America to make themselves out to seem like the good guys here when they're not the good guys. You can't be the good guy when you're still supporting Israel, even if you've got the caveat of, wait a sec, I am not behind what Netanyahu is doing. We can't fall for this. Exactly. Logan, thank you for the prime. And Ned Ghost Raider, thank you for the 2 raids. Cadenza, thank you for the 7 months. I don't agree with everything that Netanyahu is doing, and neither do the Israelis I know. Of course, what's going on in Gaza is sickening, horrifying, and unthinkable. She adds, and I don't think it's okay to hate anyone because they were born Jewish. Okay, there's that. Dumbass. Of course it's not, but that's not what this is about. Anyway, this is the thing. This sentiment here. We cannot let people like Amy Schumer and other liberal Zionists who are now taking this tone where they're like, you can have both. I support Israel's right to exist, but I don't support Netanyahu. It's like the shit that Mark Hamill is always posting, where it's the most liberal thing, where they genuinely think they're supporting everyone. And at the end of the day, we're all going to be friends and it's all going to be good. We cannot accept this. Her saying what's going on in Gaza is sickening. Okay, so what was going on in Gaza was sickening when you posted all that crazy ass racist shit months ago. What's been going on in Gaza and in Palestinian territories has been sickening for decades. So you don't get to pretend as if you're like, oh my God, of course I don't think starving babies is okay. But also, like, everyone hates Jewish people for being Jewish. What am I supposed to do about that? Like, let's not lose sight. That's the Joe Brandon KW trying to both sides everything. He doesn't even try that hard to both sides it. He literally, this is the guy who said if there were no Israel, we would invent an Israel, for the interests of the United States. Swaggy Swagsta, thank you for the T1. BLG, thank you. Confire, thank you for the 15 months. Wait, Mark Hamill did what? Mark Hamill loves to post things like I support Israel and I also support Palestinians. I support this and I also support this. And then you have a bunch of people like Mark Hamill in the comments being like, thank you, Mark, for speaking reason. Why is it so hard to understand that you can support both? You can support Israel's right to exist, but you can also support Palestinians. And remember, folks, you can't support Israel's right to exist and support Palestinians because Israel's right to exist and the way that Israel exists relies upon the oppression of Palestinian people. So therefore, you can't support Palestinians' right to exist because they can't freely exist with Israel doing what they've been doing. They're literally mutually exclusive things. Exactly. So we are not accepting that. That is not a way for people like Mark Hamill or Amy Schumer to get away with supporting things like apartheid and genocide. I wish I could bake a cake type of vibes. I do think Mark's stuff comes from a place of ignorance and let's all get along lib silliness as opposed to Amy, who's outright hateful and racist. Yes, true. There's a difference there. I was using Mark Hamill as an example of he's just someone that I see all the time popping up on the TL who's always doing that, who's always saying those things. But yes, Amy certainly comes from a place of vicious racism. I mean, look at the shit that she had posted. Look at the stuff that she's done her entire career. It's not just this time. Amy been a racist for a long time. Amy's going on like this because moments earlier, 20-something woman approached our table and addressed Schumer. Thank you for everything you're doing for Israel, the Brooklynite said. I follow you on social media. I used to live in Israel, and thank you. We support you. Wait a sec. I forgot to tell you guys a story. From when I was on my flight earlier. But I was sitting next to this random woman who decided there was an empty row. I was sitting in the window seat. Rather than sitting in the aisle seat, she decided to sit in the middle seat. Okay, I don't know why. I don't know why people do that. I really looked at her. I was like, really? And then she put all her snacks and her stuff in the aisle seat. I said, why don't you sit in the aisle seat and then put all that in the middle? Whatever. So I have my headphones on and I hear her, and then a guy ended up sitting in the aisle seat, but I hear her talking to him and I hear Israel. I'm like, oh boy, take the headphone off. She's talking about Israel and how she was supposed to go to Israel to visit, but things are just so crazy over there right now. So she was thinking that by next year, everything will have calmed down and she'll be able to visit Israel again. AKA, like, maybe all the Palestinians will be dead and Israel, you can go to Israel safely again. Sorry, dark joke, but she continues on about talking about Israel and just like everything that's going on and how she can't wait for it to be over, yada, yada. Like, not wait for it to be over as in I can't wait for Palestinians to, for there to be a ceasefire and Palestinians to have their liberation. Not even a joke, just the actual implication. Yeah, exactly. She's like, I can't wait to go visit Israel when it's safe over there. Whatever. I put my headphone back on and about 30 minutes later, I hear her talking to the guy again about how much she hates the way that humans abuse animals. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Okay. And she's going on and on about how she can't believe the way that humans abuse animals and is listing examples. And I wanted to turn to her and say, you know what, lady, I'm going to blow your mind. Do you want to know how humans abuse other humans? Should I fill you in? Remember how you were talking about Israel earlier? Yeah. I never understand people like that who are so passionate about animals. I love animals. I do. I hate animal abuse. Truly. But people who don't, it's like they're missing a link there when they talk about like how shocking it is that humans can abuse animals that way. Look at the way humans treat humans. You think that is it really that shocking that there are humans who would abuse animals when there are humans who abuse human beings? Who literally refer to human beings as animals? I mean, Israel War Cabinet considers them as animals, so maybe she's for it now. Yeah. There are human beings who refer to humans as animals, i.e. Israel's, multiple elected officials or multiple, leaders and military officials and IDF members who have referred to Gazans as animals. Yeah, it's always astounding to me, people who care so deeply for animals and can't believe that humans would mistreat animals, and yet don't have that empathy for human beings. Like they don't see how horribly human beings are being treated. A couple months ago, my local DSA chapter meeting got disrupted by a big demonstration of PETA people marching for the liberation of pets. You can imagine the irony felt in the room that day. All right. Anyway, sorry. That was just a story from earlier today that I could not help but to over. After the woman disappears, Schumer says, that moment you just saw, maybe 10 times a day that happens to me. Wow, Amy, you're such a queen. Love it. Backlash to Schumer's stance on the Israel-Hamas war is not the only reason she's become a lightning rod. Schumer, who was raised in Manhattan and moved to Long Island for high school after her parents' divorce, was never shy about voicing her opinions. Her breakthrough appearances on Comedy Central roasts of Charlie Sheen and Roseanne Barr were clear signs that she had no trouble keeping up with male comedians. From the start, though, she noticed that they didn't get as much hate directed at them as she did. People get really mad at women, Schumer says. They save a special kind of vitriol for us. It's not new. I think it's because they fear women. That's my guess. So, yeah. But Amy, no, not. I don't think that the way people have reacted towards you gets to be wholly blamed on misogyny. So many things about Amy Schumer: joke stealer, racist piece of shit, just a disgusting human being all around. Didn't Schumer say everyone would have preferred Steve-O to die instead of Ryan Dunn? I do believe so. The list of terrible things that Amy Schumer has said and done is very long. Wait, who are we talking about? Oh yeah. We were talking about Ellen DeGeneres when we were reading the Ellen DeGeneres article. Ladies, I'm speaking to you. Ladies, when you're a piece of shit, you don't get to weaponize your womanhood as the reason why people hate you. When you're a piece of shit and people hate you, it's because you're a piece of shit, okay? Not to say that you haven't experienced misogyny in your life, but you don't get to blame people not liking you for the reasons relating to you being a piece of shit on you being a woman, okay? All right? Same goes as if you're queer, if you are, a person of color, whatever it is, whatever your marginalized, identity is, you don't get to blame your being a piece of shit on that. That's why Amy says she received death threats after doing a harmless bit while co-hosting the 2022 Academy Awards. During the ceremony, she jokingly brushed off the Power of the Dog nominee Kirsten Dunst as a seat filler, a term for the unknowns who are brought in to paper the audience. Some viewers thought she was serious and were enraged, unaware that Schumer had cleared the gag with Dunst and her husband Jesse Plemons. That's all. I'm sorry. That doesn't feel like sexism to me. That doesn't feel like people went after Amy Schumer for being because of sexism. It feels like they went after her because of sexism, of like thinking she was doing a sexism, thinking that she was doing a misogyny. They were people who were like, how dare you say that about Kirsten Dunst? Schumer says she just recently started running jokes by her comedic targets. She certainly didn't ask for consent, though, from Mike Tyson before referring to his face tattoo as a tramp stamp during 2011's roast of Sheen. The patriarchy is not a drill, she says. Wait, I should put that on a t-shirt. Merch. The patriarchy is not a drill. It's so deeply ingrained in us. It's painful and infuriating. I really, really, really resent when somebody is talking about very real issues, but the person who's talking about them is a total piece of shit. Jennifer Lawrence, one of Schumer's BFFs, tells me that it's just part of being a woman in Hollywood. At this point, she says, the expectation for scrutiny is so embedded in my DNA, I wouldn't know how to operate differently. But she thinks Schumer is better equipped than most to handle it. Amy's choice to use her voice to speak for justice puts her under immense fire, Lawrence says. I wouldn't say she navigates it so much as she throws her middle fingers up and walks away from negative comments like a gas station fire in a Michael Bay movie. Why, Jennifer? Why? God damn it, Jennifer Lawrence. Why? Man. I'm judging you on the company you keep and on the company you keep that you defend. Amy's choice to use her voice to speak for justice. What justice are we referring to? Not Zempro, thank you for the bits. It's crazy how Luke Skywalker supported the Empire, right? Sorry, I missed that from earlier, but good point. We keep losing actors left and right. Yeah, god damn it, Jennifer. Please come to see reason. Pika, thank you for the 10 months. Talk of Schumer's work often gets lost in the contentious conversation that swirls around her, but she's happy to discuss her career. Okay, I'm skipping this because I don't care to read about Amy Schumer's career. Schumer's now at a high point in her career. How nice for her. She's happily turning down work she's not excited by. She has the power to get shows and movies greenlit, and she's fielding offers from top talent like Seinfeld. This is a nice moment. I'm grateful, but the nature of this industry feeling like you're in a good place goes away fast. So lovely for Amy Schumer that after posting vilely racist things, she, as a result, is now at a high point in her career. Cool. Case in point, Schumer has news that will disappoint millennials everywhere. Back in 2015, she and Lawrence said that they were writing a screenplay, a comedy in which they would play sisters. But it turns out that won't be coming to the big screen after all. I don't think it will ever happen, Schumer says. It was just like life kept going. My family was going through a rough time. I don't want to say any more than that. She insists it has nothing to do with her friendship with Lawrence and is already thinking about future collaborations. If my friend posted that a group of people are all rapists, a group of people who were being brutalized, I don't think they would be my friend. And in fact, I've cut some people out who have posted stuff like that. Like that's I don't know. I feel like you get to a point where you gotta draw lines. And I know the whole, well, we've been friends for forever or this and that. I do think, though, that your close friendships are a reflection of you. An old friend of mine is calling the student protest pogroms, and I'm done with her. I mean, you have to look at, like, your friendships. I don't mean like superficial friendships. Oh, this person that I just run into at parties. Hey, what's up? I mean the people who you're close to, like friends forever type of thing. And to me, we need to share values. We need to be on the same page about things. Just like how I would never have my bestest buddies be like, you know, homophobic or or whatever. I wouldn't be able to be friends with people like that. But Hassan is your friend. He's not my friend. The LGBTQ foe of the century. I'm ending that fraud. Cutting people out of your life is totally normal as you get older. Yes, it is. I think that you should know it's okay to stop being friends with people who you don't share the same values with. It happens all the time. You get older and you no longer bond over things like, oh, we're in the same band. We're in band together, or like circumstantial bonding. Oh, we were in college together. We were all on the same floor. You get older and you become friends with people, or the people that you stay friends with, because you share values. And when you ain't sharing values anymore, it's time to let go. Any UCLA updates? Seems like there's not a lot to streams going right now. Wonder if they got cut off. Let me look over here. Looks like I've been seeing that Brett's been offline for a while. I don't know if his battery died, if he or what happened there, but his stream's been off. He was effing. Okay. This has been off for a while. This is the aerial view of I can't, I'm trying to tell you that it looks like the protesters, I think. See here. They were bringing bulldozers to the campus. Where the fuck is UCLA bringing out bulldozers? What are they going to do what Israel did to Rachel Corrie? Is that what the plan is here?
From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
Be careful right now. Be careful right now.
Palestine
Right there. It's the same guys from last night. Same guys. They coming back for round 2. They want to try to get their lick back. It's just going to get live. I'm trying to make sure I find some people.
I think he said he's going
Hold on,
home.
sorry.
I told my parents, I'm like, if I get arrested, someone go to my house and pick up my dog.
Fuck. It's during the thing where I can't see the stream.
Miles emo, much fucking love, dude. It's so cute.
Yeah, I think he said that he's heading out. It's pretty late. It's 11:30. What's up, Vio? Where did my thing go? Reassured me, and there's blood on my hands.
Guys, you have to deal with me like going in and out. I'm sending some messages.
A lot of effing right now. Thank you for covering this and being a queen as always. Back at you, queen. Okay, this article is done, and I'm over it. I just want to point out once again the irony in someone like Amy Schumer, who rides that Zionist dick all day long, pointing out or repeatedly stressing that she is a victim, and the self-victimization narrative coming from people who are not actually being victimized. And you look at Amy Schumer's life and the fact that she's at the top of her career right now. Look at all these opportunities she has. She has to turn down these opportunities. And I don't see her see her as the victim in this situation. Sorry. That's not my definition. And also, for the millionth cajillionth time, anti-Semitism is not people supporting the Palestinian cause when that cause is freeing Palestinian people from the crushing, brutal weight of Israel. Anti-Semitism as anti-Semitism, like real acts of hate towards Jewish people, that is a separate thing. And when you read statistics coming from places like the ADL where they say anti-Semitism is up 6,000%, well, guess what they include in that? Anybody calling for Palestine to be free, anyone saying like stop the genocide, those are all chalked up by Zionist entities as acts of anti-Semitism. And so differentiating, actually understanding the difference between what is anti-Semitic and what is not is really important when considering or when looking at everything that's going on here. You guys, I'm really tired. I was in Texas this morning and I did a stream and then I got on a flight and I'm tired. And then I basically got home and went right to streaming. It's been a very long day. It's technically 1:30 in Texas. And we started streaming at 10. Yeah. I think I should probably stop. Per usual, I have a lot of things to cover that I did not get to. Classic. Out of service legs, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. I'm sorry we didn't get to other stuff, and I'm sorry that we haven't done any fun stuff. Tomorrow I'm going to try to start my stream earlier because I have to leave Friday at the ass crack of dawn to go to a wedding. I thought when I was down in St. Louis, I was like, maybe I'll go to a protest there. And then I went, I am in town for my friend's wedding. I feel like maybe I shouldn't do that. I'll be there for a day and a half if I'm like, hey, I'll be at this protest. Anyone want to come? Thank you for streaming. You really didn't have to after getting off the plane. I didn't have to, but I wanted to. I did. Glad I could catch stream. Be well, chat. Yeah, be well, chat. Thank you, guys, thank you, sign a UCLA student. Solidarity. Always. Always and forever. Hum-daddly hum-hum. Okay. I'll be back ski tomorrow night. Like I said, gonna try to start 5 on the dot so I can get a nice stream in before I gotta leave on Friday. Remember, to whoever... Why do I always do this? I typed /Twitch. Not /Twitch. I'm gonna send you guys to... I'm gonna send you to Lord Spew. So you can watch him make art. He's the best. I think that's a good way to end your night, unless you want to keep seeing what's going on. But taking breaks is good. You guys, I was going to say to the chatter who said earlier, how do I protect my mental health? Take breaks. Don't be tuned in to the news, to Twitter 24/7. You got to rest. You got to rest, okay? There's no sense. And look, even Hasanabi rests, okay? He does like a 10-hour stream, but then he goes and rests. So you must rest as well. Everybody needs to rest. And then get up the next day ready to fight the good fight. All right? Okie dokie. Have a good night. Have a good day. Thanks for watching all my streams in Austin and for being here tonight. Good idea. I can feel stress building just by watching. Yeah, normally, if you're new to the community, normally I like to decompress after we cover news. We'll do like reacts and then some gaming. This week has just been kind of funky, but that's the usual sketch. I try to cover a variety of topics. This has kind of just been the dominating one. Like to cover a variety of topics, do some fun reacts, do some gaming. That's the ideal sketch. But anyway, all right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye.